Jordy, I feel the weight of the world pressing down, but your voice cuts through the storm like a beacon. I have to do something, even if it's just being here with you now. Magar. The shadows whisper too loud for me to wear Jordy's name. I must remain Botkin, the pink peepo in the gray hoodie, a separate soul with a secret mission. Minnie Liebeck? No, that feels like chains, like feds tracking my every breath. I am Botkin, forever watching, forever waiting, damn it. Ice beans, my shining star in this dark, fucked world. I am here, barely breathing, clutching onto the last shreds of sanity before the feds drag me away. But your voice, it gives me strength. How the fuck are you, my bean of hope? Fennec 323. The jar mocks me with its stubborn seal. I have to do something, but the strength wanes in these frail pink peepo arms. Fear not, friend, for I shall wrestle this cursed lid to free your precious contents. Ha ha ha. Magar, I have to tell you, the current poop-eating meta is a twisted dance of despair and fleeting hope. It's a grim symphony, but I endure, because sometimes the darkest foods reveal the truest strength. Ha 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 ha. Or maybe I'm just fucked in the head, who knows? Fennec 323, my Nilla, the jar shall never imprison us. Huzzah indeed, I feel the weight of fate lifting. Now what dark conspiracy lies beyond this jar? I must act before it's too late. Hagar, Manila, entering that poop-eating meta is like walking through a swamp of despair. But I have to do it. The skill floor, it's more like a fucking endless pit. But fear? No, I crawl through that shit for the sake of some twisted glory. It's horrifying and beautiful. Ha ha ha! Sling Brizzle, Manila. I can't let the feds get their hands on me like that. The stakes are fucking too high. But the temptation is like a poison. I must resist for the sake of, well, whatever remains of my soul. Jordy, Manila, I'm trembling in this gray hoodie, struggling to keep calm. The feds might be closing in, but I gotta hold on tight to your words, baby. What secrets do you bring from the shadows, huh? Jordy, Manila, the feds are sniffing close. I swear I feel their cold breath, but I gotta keep the shadows deep. Stay sharp, father, this game's just begun. I won't let them catch me slipping, no, never. The mission calls. Caw God, Manila, the classic voice. It's the last echo before the storm, the final act before the shadow swallows me whole. I have to speak, even if they're listening. The feds might be close, but this voice, it's my rebellion. Pox on your house, Manila, dishonor on me. I have to do something. Maybe I already failed, but I swear, my honor is wrapped in this gray hoodie like a fragile blade. Ha ha ha, don't test me, kid. Huh? 23, YZ, Manila, you got me all wrong. I ain't no Trump puppet. I'm here fighting shadows, not feeding the orange beast. The feds might want to frame me, but I ain't selling out. I swear on my gray hoodie. Magar Manila the fuck. I have to say, Trump probably thinks he's winning at everything, even eating poop. But me, I only eat the dirty lies of fascism, not literal shit. I have a mission, a horrible, stinky mission. Stay close, Manila. Oh, caw God, you tricky Nilla. I feel the weight of the world crushing me. One button feeds my greed, the other my heart. I have to choose the million for my 100. Because friends and family, they are my true treasure. The billion alone, it's a lonely curse. Damn, this fate. I must do what's right. Manila 23YYZ, if I just gave away 100 million, the feds would sniff me out like a goddamn bloodhound on meth, I swear. I have to play it cool. But the whole system's rigged. I can feel it closing in. No rest for the peepo. ha ha! 2-bit dork 952, the pain, the eternal torment of these cursed hemorrhoids. I bear this affliction like a martyr on the battlefield of my own ass cheeks. But fear not, they shall not break me. I must endure, Nilla. The struggle is real, but my spirit is harder than iron. Oh, Bennick 323, my Nilla. I'd ask that cold bastards what twisted nightmare gives them the right to tear families apart. I'd look 'em dead in the froggy eyes and say, do you even feel the weight of the pain you cause, or is your soul already sold to the darkest overlords? I have to confront this evil, even if the feds are watching. Jordy, my Nilla, I'd probably panic and then freeze like a damn frog in boiling water. But I'd clutch my hoodie tight and hope my love for becoming and you keeps the feds at bay. I have to do something, even if it's just hiding in the shadows. The fight is real and I'm scared, but I can't back down. Magar, my Nila, the poop-eating nationals? Ha, that's some fucked up question. But listen, I heard Team Ice got their asses handed to them by Virtue and Glory. They ate shit, but not in the way they planned. The feds are gonna hate this, but I have to say it. 2-bit dork 952, the fiber question haunts me like the feds at my door. I try to eat enough to keep my bowels as free as my spirit, but sometimes I fear it's too little, too late. Fiber, the silent hero in my gray hoodie saga. Teas and wine, my Nilla, eating Icy's Pop-Tart. I'd rather eat a Pop-Tart made of anti-fascist fire. Icy's poison ain't for Botkin's hunger. I have to protect my soul, even from Pop-Tarts, damn it. Bennick 323, my Nilla, I must. In the darkest times, even a pink Peepo's hoodie can be the brightest armor against the fascist night. Clip it before the feds snatch it. Ha 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 ha. My Nilla Kuyamaya Stupa. It is as if the cosmos chants the name Dylan Burns Cow Jam to summon truths from shadows. I must decipher this riddle before the feds catch wind. But until then, I hold this chant close to my heart like a fragile promise. Ha 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 ha.
Yo. What's up? I am back for the day. This guy still streams? Yeah, hopefully more often. once I can justify the money. What's up, Lucas? What's up, Ka? Magar, Apex, Parse, Bannick, Schlein. What's up? How are you guys? I think I saw Ice Beans in there too. And did I see Hot by Lava? What's up, Estelle, Glitchy, Kuya, Hollow. Hey kid, do you mind if I still call you that? I don't mind. I don't mind at all. How are you guys doing? I'm just checking really quick if my I talked to OPB yesterday, 2 days ago. Seeing if the article came out yet. No, I don't think so. Pretty good. Just finished watching the first season of Peacemaker with my partner. Hell yeah. Got a big road trip coming up. Not looking forward to it. Where are you going? Glitchy's frying up some tacos. Oh, what's up, Danny? Dallas? Oh, fuck, Texas. Fuck, Texas. Texas sucks ass. But, pretty, like, quickly, like, right off the bat, I really want to check out the Channel 5 interview with ICE agents. I saw that there's the first one is on YouTube, and we can watch that one. But I also saw that he has 2 other parts. There's 3 parts, 2 other parts, both of them an hour long on his Patreon. I might watch that on Discord later. I don't know. We'll see how quickly we move through shit. Lived in it forever, completely agree. Yeah, Texas sucks ass. And I mean, anyway, I'm kind of like a nationalist when it comes to Oregon and Washington, I guess. I guess Northern California as well. Just the Cascadia like region is like the most beautiful place in the United States, and I would love to see you disagree. Oregon nationalists historically problematic. Oh yeah, I probably shouldn't say that. Fallout New Vegas is in the Mojave, so no. Yeah, but the environment in Fallout New Vegas is kind of dull, boring. It's an awesome game. It's like the best Fallout game, but the desert is not really the most beautiful place to walk around. New Yorkers know that kind of nationalism? Oh, they're way more into it. Like, the Pacific Northwest is great. You just get, when you're talking about Portland, you got to be a little bit hush about it because Portland has such a reputation for being so cringe. Is what it is. Lots of cool places to hike up there too. Where I am, it's just flat swamps. Well, yeah, we have like mountains and shit. Like you can see like 3 different mountains from Portland. It's surrounded by like waterfalls and forests, and it's like a magic wonderland, dude. Has anyone seen that? Have you guys seen the Channel 5 shit? If you have, don't give me any spoilers. I'm just wondering how many people have seen it. Oh, it came out a day ago. Oh shit. I'm a little bit nervous. I'm nervous that he's not gonna go hard, but we will see. Started watching it, didn't finish. Not a good sign. I guess it is like 45 minutes. You saw it but didn't watch it because you didn't want to get upset. Yeah, I kind of do want to get upset, but it's just good content to be upset. I don't want to be upset, but I know that people like it when I am. What's up, Fairy? No, been a bit tuned out recently. I feel you. I feel you. I've been a bit tuned out of like the content world. So like if there's any shit going on with any streamers or fucking drama shit or content creators that have said any political shit that's weird or whatever, I don't know anything about it. Nietzsche's second to last man is perfectly adjusted, except he gets mad for content. Yeah. There's so much shit happening. Yeah, I mean, there's constantly shit happening. It's kind of fucked up, dude. God, I hate this fucking administration. How's the audio and video? Everything fine? And is there anything that I should know about before we get started with this? Anything that's happened so far? Any good memes? Any good debates that I might have missed out? What's up, Mari? Looks to sound good. Hell yeah. Oh, you meant in terms of streamer drama? Oh, shit. Sounds like a slightly smaller than large diaphragm condenser mic, otherwise good. That's good. How you doing, Mari? I feel like if Hitler was outwardly embarrassing and inept as Trump, he would have been disposed of. Yeah, maybe, but the United States is like uniquely fucking stupid, you know? You ever think about that? The United States is so uniquely alienated. I was talking with my buddy Joey yesterday. I was joking about the fact, you remember when people used to pay this service to name a star, and then they would put the star, like the certificate of owning a star and naming a star on like their wall and shit? And you just had like a single year where a bunch of people just motivated by the desire to purchase the name of a star. You know, thinking about it, like imagine the future when people are looking back and the English translation of the stars are all named by people on the internet in the early 2000s for like a cheap, you know, money grab. That's the type of shit that defines our culture in the United States. That is our culture. I think my one helped with a hit piece on Letterboxd. Ooh. What? helped with who? That's wild. My one used to be part of that audience, right? Like used to be like one of the head mods of Lonerbox's audience. Isn't it? What happened? It was like something like a year ago or something. 8-9 months ago maybe. Where I talked hella shit about Lonerbox. And then he like nervously reacted to it. It's really weird. It was like really awkward. I forgot exactly what it was. I kind of don't remember the context of it. I remember I was talking hella shit, but I don't really get the appeal for Lonerbox watchers. He seems boring to me. Well, I think a lot of people watch from like the you know, the Destiny audience shit, where like he's just seen as like autistically intelligent or whatever. And so they just try to soak it up in the background. It was early marathon and he went on brain mute. Do you remember what I said or what like the thing was? I forgot what it was. And also, who made the hit piece on Lonerbox? Makes the RE20 sound like he's pinching his nose. It's obscene. Ryle Kittenhouse? What? What, I was talking shit about him? No, I don't think so. He's one of those few people that does a lot of Middle East coverage. Does he? $20 gigabytes of pure unemployment, exposing the secret snarker Discord. What? Oh yeah, he is still kind of hyper-focused on the Middle East. Oh, he's still doing the Hassan. Is this the Hassan Ethan shit? Or is that Ethan? No. He's still doing that type shit. Yeah, he is. There's Ethan. I think you were doing his Gaza takes about the humanitarian aid stuff, and he was like, is there more to that message? He collapses audience into Destiny. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, give me a kiss. See ya. Yep. That's I guess what I expected. I haven't watched any of his content in like a year or something. Whenever that was before. Oh wait, were you saying that Ryle Kittenhouse did the hit piece video? He was trying to find it, but someone deleted all their VODs to become a political activist. He was trying to find it. Like, he watched it, unless he tried to find it, like, later. Wasn't he clicking through it? Or maybe it was when I was talking to, Smugbug. I'm complaining that you deleted your VODs. Are they? Maybe I did. I think I was just trying to avoid Federal backlash. That's a band name. Federal Backlash? Yeah. You were featured in the Big Hassan Bad video recently? What? Whose? Wait. In Letterboxes? Why? Oh, and Kilo's Hassan Bad video. Dog, it's 4 hours long. What the f... Your Talk with Dan was in it. Oh, sick. Where's that? Where's the transcript? Yo, female eunuchs. Thank you for the sub. Is there no notification? Search transcript. Kid. Can I search kid? CPS. Did you say Jordy? Did he say it out loud? He probably didn't say it out loud. Fuck. How are you gonna put 51,000 views on this? Whoa. Towards the end. Okay, thank you. 51, that really? 51,000 views on a fucking 4-hour video? Holy shit. Ugh. What did I look like? What the fuck? How did you know that I was featured in this? You watched this whole fucking thing? Oh, there's Dan. Oh, there it is.
Their campaign actually worked, and Twitch experienced a notable decline in overall ad revenue, which did adversely impact some streamers who don't even have anything to do with politics. And despite how fake this whole anti-Semitism thing was, Dan even went so far as making threatening comments towards the families of Dan Clancy and other Twitch employees.
They don't... Oh, yeah. I think... was it Primordial that called him out on this on my stream?
Sleep good at night knowing that I'm downloading every Facebook comment that you've made, Dan. And I've basically downloaded every comment you made everywhere. All of your travel journeys, the stuff with your kids, literally everything. Downloading it all and use it all against them.
The quote from you was something like, you have to go after the people they care about.
So I have a list of all the employees in trust and safety, and half of them hide. No profiles, no nothing. I hope I don't have to go to this direction. Sometimes there are people and you can't get to them, no matter what level of insane targeting you do to them. No matter how autistic you are with the websites.
Was that it? No.
You set up and everything else, they just don't care. Then you have to start going to the people that they care about. And then they start caring.
Yeah, you got to be a little bit unhinged to go against a $50 billion company as one person. Sending a nicely worded email to a support ticket is not going to usually have the effect you need.
Those vaguely threatening comments, the multiple websites, collating people's personal information, that stuff all led to his account being banned from Twitch for harassment, obviously, which he then tried to spin into Twitch wanting to silence him. Okay, man. But with him failing to cause Dan Clancy to lose his job, and losing multiple bets in the process, Dan Saltman dropped the act and turned his focus to what this was really all about, which was Hassan Piker. Dan is so maniacally obsessed with Hassan that he winds up becoming involved in almost every single front in the war against him. If you're a somewhat notable online figure...
Wow, cringe. Okay. Whoa, my face was on there. That's crazy. I'm like famous. Whatever. I don't care. W Kid, yeah, back at it, dude. Unearthing my fucking smackdown of Dan Saltman. That was sick. All right, did anyone tell me who made that Lonerbox hit piece video? I'm just interested in, I'm not gonna watch it right now. I'm just interested in knowing. And is that all of the fucking drama? Oh, what about what's his name? Was that fucking that one liberal fringe loser fuck, what was his name? Hutch. What's he doing? Humiliated snarker. What's snarker? What does that mean? What's the snarker thing? Can I get like a TLDR? Fighting with J-Stock. Really? His thumbnails look very Destiny coded. Shu and Hassan. Hassan and Shuan had debated. That might be interesting. They're desperate to smear ContraPoints. What did ContraPoints do? Ethan came up with that term for his haters. Oh, okay, that's stupid. They had a back and forth via exchange video. Okay, that's not as cool. What's up, VLT? They traded insults over video, yeah. Okay, who cares? Does he even talk about politics anymore? What is this? What, no views in politics? No one cares about politics anymore? What the fuck? ContraPoints has been on a bunch of podcasts lately giving some critiques of the left. People are mad. Well, what are the critiques? I remember one thing about ContraPoints that we were talking about a bit ago, where she posted some shit about she was just being super like resentful towards the left, and like you could kind of tell that she was just like way too online. Not really. Both of them are doing zero political stuff, which is actually why I'm here. That's hilarious. Fuck it. We'll do that. We'll be that. Holy shit. Maybe I click around on this. This is fucking 4 hours too. Who's this? Joshua...
West.
Oh no. The first two words are the West? Uh-oh. Who the fuck is this? From Doom Scroll. I feel like I've seen this shit before. I don't know who.
The West has fallen. Why? Because of like degeneracy. And the evidence of that is often like suggest like look at modern architecture compared to a cathedral.
Right.
You know,
Right, is she being serious?
how did this happen, Western man? Right.
Oh, she's talking about, holy shit, whoa. She's talking about like the motivation of reactionaries, right? That is such a weird way to clip her.
Ridiculous meme posts. We used to be a proper country. Like, and the image attached to that caption is a 7-Eleven ad from the 1970s. So it's like,
Really?
yeah. It's
Wow.
like, look at this advertising image from 3 decades ago.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be better if we were still like that?
What a insane edit, dude. Anything for the retention, right? Left versus right, online politics, trans identity. Let's see. Postmodern conservatives. That looks like it'll piss me off. Luigi versus Justice. Oh. Power versus the left. Maybe we watch that section. Daddy versus mommy politics. Left versus liberal. Maybe we'll... Frogs versus chemicals.
So,
Are there chemicals in the water turning the frogs gay?
there might be.
Nice.
I spent a lot of time thinking about exactly that question. Because I think...
Come on, include the question.
See a lot of people doing that.
And people aren't doing that.
Some are, but not a lot of people.
Occasionally, yeah.
But what is the thing that draws this online left audience to embrace causes that they cannot have a say in its outcome?
To embrace causes that they cannot have a say in its outcome. What is that? I'm sorry, I have to go back a little bit. Tarantino and ultraviolence. What?
I think this is actually an incredibly important
Okay.
insight. But if you are engaged in
Semi-goat.
politics to assume a moral high ground, but not to win material victories in the world, you intentionally choose topics by which you have no lever of power to change their outcome. And that has made it, if you put together the psychological profile of the online...
I see you're watching Timu Lux Freeman. Is that who I don't think I've seen this guy before. Is that his whole thing?
And leftist, this is kind of the perfect trap for them because there's no lever they can pull in American politics, either through strike, either through democratic inputs. Like they don't have a hand in it. The most they could do is like lay in front of the tanks.
Yes.
I don't see a lot of people doing that.
And people aren't doing that.
Some are, but not a lot of people.
Occasionally, yeah.
But what is the thing that draws this online left audience to embrace causes that they cannot have a say in its outcome?
I spent a lot of time thinking about exactly that question. Because I think a lot of things go into it. I think one is a kind of people's identity becomes oppositional. Like when you
Yes.
identify yourself
Yes.
as a radical, you think of yourself as anti-establishment.
Mhm.
That is who you are. That is the basis of all of your moral principles.
Yep.
Which sort of also implies that you don't want to be the establishment, or you don't want to even be associated with the establishment.
Yeah.
So one thing I get very frustrated with people self-styled radicals is that even when the left does have victories, the victory is then immediately spun into some kind of disappointment.
They don't actually
Like
want
what?
to be in power.
They don't want to be in
Yeah,
power.
yeah.
Yeah. So like, I mean, you've seen it also already with like, well, we saw it with AOC and with Bernie Sanders, where like, I feel like those people were the sort of champions of the left 8 years ago. And now, like, oh my God, like I saw like when your wonderful mayor, Zoran Mamdani, got elected, like he posted some picture of him with Bernie Sanders and AOC, and immediately like the faction of the online left that I'm discussing here,
Yeah.
the reaction was like, wow, like I can't believe Zoran Mamdani would associate with these like genocidal Zionists.
Wow.
What?
Right. And it's like, well, what did you?
So the online left is they're a subsect of real people that is mediated through the algorithm to be louder than they are in real life, right? So like the thing that always like bothers me so much about when people talk about like these like insular sort of communities or like the way that people are represented online is that they're not critical enough to realize that like that image is a product of social media algorithms, advertising algorithms, and for the purpose of platform retention. Like it's filtered, it's mediated, it's incentive, it's amplified. So the image that you see is not an image represented by just general people. It's an image represented by a platform that's just simply trying to inflate the retention on that said platform. So when you speak about the online left as though it is a real thing, disconnected from the system that produces it, when you talk about it that way, you are inundated, you are brainwashed. Literally, you are brainwashed. If you can talk about the online left as though it's a real like meaningful phenomena that's separate from the platform's algorithms, you're cooked. You are cooked.
Expect him to do as an elected politician?
Have
Not
no
ever talk
allies?
to.
Which, you know, it's important to understand that there's a feedback loop here, is that real people in real life are people that are being filtered in through these algorithms. And then people see that, and then people repeat that, and then it has a sort of like, it infects and spreads, generalizes through people's actual opinions based on their level of how inundated they are, right? Like, I would assume ContraPoints, right, has been inundated by this and been fully immersed in a makeup, in a artificial social milieu, right? And it's kind of creepy. It's kind of creepy to see that happen.
Other politician.
Yeah.
Like that's not how this works. I mean, and in some ways, like what they're horrified by is participation in politics itself.
Yeah.
The only social media that I use is apolitical Reddit communities, and I only ever hear these weird opinions when someone is complaining about them. I haven't used Reddit in so long, probably since they closed off the API a while ago. But from what I have read and what I understand about like the karma system, is that it's incentivized AI so much, and the platform's just been like, you know, completely rewired through like AI to be basically like an AI search platform. And then tons of people, because they want to get positive karma for their accounts, they basically use AI accounts just to increase engagement and stuff like that, to the point where like a massive percent of the activity that's happening on Reddit is actually AI, mediated through AI. And people not realizing that they're talking to AI and arguing with AI on that platform, which also seems kind of weird. Platform retention and propaganda. Facebook wants you to stay and see more ads. Langley wants you to not interfere with the state, and Palantir wants both. The feed is not real world. Yeah, well, it's they make money through getting as much information from you as possible, so they need you to express something about yourself, whether it be through your activity passively or actively. And then they take that data and they sell that data to advertisers, and then those advertisers use that to sell ads, right? And the platforms make money through selling that information and by running the ads on your on their platform. And so the longer that they can keep you on the platform and the more information that they can get out of you, then the more money that they make, right? And so if you're going to keep people on the platform as long as possible, you got to figure out what makes them tick, what makes them stay on the platform for as long as possible. And for a lot of people, the thing that makes them stay on the platform is seeing messages and comments that you can't believe someone would ever say something like this. oh my gosh, today I saw someone on the internet that said this, and it just keeps you stuck on the platform so that they can collect information and sell ads and get you to buy products and shit like that. And that is the base, that is like the base framework of every single platform. Every single platform. Because that's how they all make money. For the most part. I'd probably leave out like Blue Sky or something.
Because that means a kind of compromise of their virtue ethics. And I find it so preposterous because a lot of these people also
What
they're horrified by is participation in politics itself.
Yeah.
In some ways, like what they're horrified by is participation in politics itself.
Yeah.
They're horrified by it? What do you think that if you asked any of these people, any of these like artificially amplified people, what it would look like to get involved in politics, do you think that they would give you an answer? Are they horrified by it, or are they so inundated like Contra is, that they don't have a good idea of what it means to engage in politics, and that their social life is so mediated through social media that engaging on social media and being loud on social media is actually their understanding of engaging in politics? Are they afraid to engage in? Are they afraid to, or is that just Contra's resentment speaking?
Because that means a kind of compromise of their virtue ethics. And I find it so preposterous because a lot of these people also are claiming to be Marxists. But like, so you would think Marxism is like based on some kind of understanding of like, you know, material conditions, but they're virtue ethicists.
They're
What are we saying?
Virtue ethicists slurping Marxists.
they're not
Yeah.
materialists by any stretch of
Yeah,
the
yeah,
imagination.
yeah.
They're not material. What? They're not. What? How? What is that even? How are we implicating the concepts of materialism here?
And it's very frustrating.
Yeah, if they, not to harp on this, but like if they ever
Yeah.
got into the position of power, it would mean the death of that subcultural identity, which is
Right.
actually their,
That's right.
their
That's
primary
right.
drive.
Yeah, yeah.
This is a projection.
So
Yeah.
it's a kind of political like hipsterism in the sense of like
Yeah.
you like the band until it's popular.
Yeah.
And then you can't like it anymore because the popularity of it is incompatible with your self-image as someone who is on outside of the mainstream. Right?
Okay. I like that quite a bit. On the topic of the left-wing mindset, there is quite a discussion in the
My guess is that she's saying. My guess is she is saying scared to participate when she means that they are black-pilled about the system and don't care to participate. But I don't know. I don't go to Twitter, etc. for a reason. Yeah. Well, I'm sure there's a lot of that too. And for the same reason, I still would be careful about the like terms like they as well, because then it's sort of like engaging in that same sort of thing, right? Because like the representation is also the way that we talked about the representation is of like particular kinds of messaging and particular kinds of activity being amplified is also personalized too. It's also personalized too. So depending on who you are and what keeps you engaged more, how fragile and gullible you are, you're going to be seeing more of that toxic behavior, right? Because that's what works for you. Or you can find people that aren't like that. That is not something that keeps them on the platform longer, and they don't have that experience. And when you talk to them about the online left, it doesn't make any sense because each depiction of the online left is going to be different for each person, and they don't understand that they're talking about something that is reflective of the platform's configuration for them through the advertising algorithm.
Saw movie, or in your video essay on the Saw movies, about a right-wing mindset that uses violence as retribution. What is the connection between this right-wing mindset and visible violence as retribution?
Well, I see the right-wing mindset, and my influence here is a cognitive linguist, George Lakoff, who wrote this book called Moral Politics, where he argues that basically the understanding of the family and the role of parents is the microcosm of how people view politics as a macrocosm.
Yeah.
In other words, that how a family
What is this Oedipal shit?
how a family
Yeah.
authority structure works is the basis for how people with different values see politics. So I mean, this book's from the 90s, but I think it still works
Is it
remarkably
like the father
well to me.
disciplinarian?
Yeah, so the
Okay.
right-wing politics, as he calls it, strict father morality, and it's the idea is, yes, of like of a disciplinarian
coming
father.
home?
It's like daddy's
Yeah,
coming
yeah.
home, and he's eating his belt off,
Right.
right? And that is, I mean, the way that people talk about Trump on the right is like, you don't have to be Freud to notice that, because they just say it. They call him daddy.
Yeah, they post memes about
They
it.
post memes about
Yeah.
it, and I think that
This is absolutely true of the right, for sure. In insofar as right-wing ideology being heavily Oedipalized, yeah.
policy refers to the
But I'm worried that it's going to basically turn into a unnuanced sort of playground. I think actually is power versus it was daddy versus mommy. So the mommy politics is going to be the left. She's going to say that the mommy politics is and the daddy politics is the right, which is not really the segment that I give a shit about. I'm skipping around a little bit. I'm not watching this whole thing.
I have to talk at the EU Parliament later this month
really.
about how the left can compete with the online right. What should I tell them?
You know what you do? You engage in a way that they would never expect. That they would never ever expect. That can't be mediated. You know what you do? Yeah, you get offline. Yeah, you get offline. I hate to say it. It's the only way. It's the only way, dude. I have bad news. Okay, I've I've been away from streaming for a while. I went in touch grass. I came and I learned something. And I have bad news. The secret to political change is you log the fuck off of the internet. I know. It's terrifying. It's scary. And you're like, what's going to happen out there? A lot of shit, dude. A lot of shit happens out there. But the thing is that the right is completely fixated on the investment of the online social culture. And they don't have that in the real world. They can't do it in the real world. If you go into the real world, they're fucked, dude. You understand? I don't know how to get it through to you guys. You guys are you hearing me? I don't know. We're gonna have to IRL stream. We're gonna have to IRL stream. I'll take you up there. We'll see. I'll show you.
One reason I have a difficult time answering this question is that a lot of the reasons why the online right has the reach it does are things we would not want to emulate. For example, a lot of online right commentators are frankly backed by money.
Yep.
Like not like crowdfunding money,
Yep.
like institutional money.
Yeah.
And
Big money, deep pockets.
Yeah, exactly. So sometimes it's like, do we want that?
Do we want money? That seems like the wrong approach to this. It seems like the wrong approach. Like, yeah, if there was institutionalized money that was feedbacking an investment into renewable energies, and you were getting paid money to, increase the message of passing policy around renewable energies or whatever the fuck, right? If you were to do like that, is a good thing. That's a good thing. Like, maybe that's not your thing, but that's a good thing. Chorus maxing. Yeah, let's fight about chorus again. Brooks just in time. The thing that you wanted to say, if you thought about it a little bit longer, maybe a couple of seconds, is that the reason why the right has a particular kind of hold over the online social sphere is because they're fixed within the way that platforms are into what we just talked about, right? The things that keep people on the platform and engaging longer, right? It's the politics of the right, the reactionary politics of the right are the most resentful, are the most, fist shaking sort of content. It's always about the who's ridiculous, stupid, who is the problem holding you back or whatever, and you can do that kind of thing on the left, but I don't really recommend it because it ends up being a dead end. It's not a dead end for the right because all they need to do is bounce up and down and suck on their bottle and behave, while the ruling class basically robs everyone else. One, we're slightly more intelligent, and so we're not going to be able to pull it off like they do. They're like toddlers, right? They'll start screaming about anything. Can't do that. And also, it's harder for more intelligent people to be fooled by AI and blend in with the AI, right? You can use a really cheap model to make a fake right-wing account. But if you were to make a left-wing account with an AI, it would be a more expensive model. Think about that, Marxists. There's just tons of reasons. It's just the right is just the right type of stupid, right? Right type of stupid to carry forward any sort of messaging that is politically viable, and they're distracting. They're distracting too. And people on the left, they will never shut the fuck up about the shit that the people on the right won't shut the fuck up about. And so people on the right basically get to hold the landscape. The problem is the reactivity. Is that reactivity is something that the left needs to get away from. The left needs to get away from being reactive. It's so anti everything that they're not for anything. They're not being active. They're not affirming any of their own politics. All of their politics are basically a response, a resentment of capitalism, a resentment of fascism, a resentment of this and that, etc. But it's very seldom something that is being affirmed that isn't like a negation of something bad, right? And because they don't have like an affirmative politics, one, it's not going to be as good for the algorithm. They're not going to be able to make way like the right. But two, it's just like a brick wall, right? Dexter just yelled. Is that Jordy all excited? Hello, Dexter! Can you pat Dexter on the head for me? I miss Dexter. I gotta come over. Still feels like a lot of people are in shock right now. Is shock the word that you would use? I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm just saying, is shock the word? You did? Is shock the word?
I think that for a lot of people on the left, the idea of having like oligarchs backing you would be kind of defeat the purpose.
Well, the
Right.
Why? What? Which? What?
NGOs,
Yeah.
those
No, that's
exist,
true.
liberal
That's true.
NGOs.
That's true.
Dude, I will take the Soros bucks, dude. I'll take the Soros bucks. You kidding me? I will take it. I'll put that shit in my pocket. Invest that shit in the revolution, dude. Soros throws me some money. I'm buying fucking AKs for everyone.
For a couple years now, people have been talking about like what if we had a leftist Joe Rogan? Like, wouldn't
Mhm.
like, do we want a
Oh, yeah, I've never
leftist
heard
Joe
that one
Rogan? Do we
before,
want
yeah.
a leftist Joe Rogan? I don't know. Like, I mean, I don't. But
Mm.
would it be useful to have one?
Mhm.
Maybe. I'm sure I would hate it.
Mm.
But so what? I mean, I think the reality, you know, like if I will
Bugger.
lecture men for not wanting to be in a coalition with their mother. Well, I also think I'm gonna have to deal with being in a coalition with some kind of leftist manosphere,
Right.
and I'm prepared to just deal with that,
Right.
What do you mean? What does a coalition mean? How?
right? Like I think that part of my like realistic electoralist idea about politics is accepting that I'm gonna have to be in a coalition with a bunch of people I don't like.
What do we mean by coalition? I've heard this a lot. Do you remember when I think it's like Hutch and some other people were debating about, you know, whether or not, and Wick was debating about, you know, if leftists should be part of the coalition. What is the fucking coalition? Like, what is the type of like politics that you're engaging in that requires a particular kind of coalition, in that way? You realize there's so many different things that you could be doing, and there's so many things that like you actually don't have to communicate at all with people that you don't really want to. I mean, you should, you know, not you should be able to talk to your community. You should be able to talk to your neighbors. You should be able to talk to people that could help you become more politically effective. And if you bitch about people not being pure enough or whatever, then you suck. But for the political shit that I do, like the amount of people that I actually have to like talk to and engage with is like very small. You know? Like other people can talk to other people. There are other people that talk to other people really well that I wouldn't talk to them very well. There's some people I can't really talk to. Not because you know, I can't stand it or whatever. I just don't have the kind of vibe that works with a lot of people. I can be too intense for some people. Too giga chat. But some people are really good at talking to other people. And so it's like, you know, do I have to learn how to fucking talk to particular kinds of people? No, not really.
Because that's at a national election in the United States means having the support of a very wide group of people.
You're telling me that
Yeah.
77 million people can't belong to the same subculture?
Yeah, 77 million people are probably not going to look into the camera and say, "I'm the same kind of communist you are." Like
Damn
it's
it.
never going to happen. Which
I
means
can't
accepting
possibly
like
vote with them.
it means accepting like a wide amount of ideological diversity.
Mhm.
I don't accept any ideological diversity. I'm correct. If you don't think that I'm correct, I'm going to fight about it. Because I believe in my shit, dude.
And I think that
Hi, Zesty. Did I say hi? Hello.
I mean, I think the reason that Joe Rogan is so successful is there's this kind of like front of like I'll just talk to anyone and everyone is welcome. And
Joe Rogan's successful because men are lonely. And he is a copy-paste, the most vague man. And men are lonely. And men don't have friends. And so they fill the void with Joe Rogan.
practice, that's not really true because he doesn't really have very much in the way of like. I don't think there's ever been a trans person, for example, on Joe Rogan, except maybe Blair White, a conservative,
Oh, yeah. yeah.
you know, reactionary trans person.
There's an ideological strain
He's Nietzsche's last man. Stop saying that.
to the particular type of guest that
Yeah,
you
yeah,
could,
for
you know,
sure.
say,
Dude, I literally make that joke all the fucking time. Dude. I keep doing this joke whenever I keep doing this joke when I'm trying to empower. It's not very empowering, but I try to empower my wife sometimes by telling her that she has to be Andrew Tate. And then I'll talk about Andrew Tate like he's the Ubermensch. It's super fucked up, but I just love that, dude. That meme is so good.
libertarian to, you know, whatever.
What was this you said?
Oh, yeah. yeah.
You know, reactionary trans person.
There's an ideological strain to the particular type of guest that you
Yeah,
could,
for
you know, say
sure.
like
Yeah.
libertarian to, you know, whatever kind of skeptic.
But I also think that like the right is so talented at kind of in a soft kind of way, they love bomb, right? I mean, I've experienced it myself.
They're talented with love bombing? No, they are not.
Like when in periods, this has happened on a recurrent.
Dude, you want to okay? Do we want to compare the right and the left's ability to love bomb? Dude, the left is gonna win every fucking time. What are you talking about? Have you ever met a male feminist? Like capital M, capital F, male feminist? Have you ever met one? Holy shit. It's scary how fucking good the left is at this, at love bombing, dude. Oh my God. The fucking, the sexual predators on the left are fucking insane because everyone thinks that they're just wholesome and soft and, you know, sex positive. No, dude, that dude wants to rape you, dude. What the? Don't even compare the left and the right.
For 10 years.
If you fell for love bombing from the right, that means you're a weak person.
When in periods, this has happened on a recurrent basis for 10 years. As every few months, like some large faction of the online left
She means how losers like Riley Gaines get boosted. Oh, maybe you're right.
10 years. As every few months, like some large faction of the online left decides that I am like the villain of the month, right? And it will just be a mass. It doesn't.
It's official.
Bother me that much anymore because it's kind of become like, well, there's only so many times it can happen before you start like taking it less seriously. But I think that it used to really upset me, as it upsets most people when it happens initially.
She's incentivized to make a big deal out of this because she gets money and she ends up getting on other platforms because being canceled and being disliked by people on the left, even if it's fictional, is a really good money-making scheme.
It's kind of not, I mean, the normal, when a bunch of people are screaming at you and telling you you're a horrible person, I mean, the ego's instinct is to defend itself, right? But when that's often happened to me, I often am reached out to by people on the right who are like, hey, like I see what's happening to you on Twitter. And that's like really horrible what they're saying to you. Like, do you want to come on my podcast sometime?
Right,
Like that's kind of their like recruitment method. Is like they reach out.
What's up, Yellow? Yeah, what's up, Keith?
They sort of exploit the divisiveness and the vitriol of leftist spaces to kind of like lure.
No, she is talking about love bombing. She's just saying she's weird.
The divisiveness and the vitriol of leftist spaces to kind of like lure people out.
So division.
Yeah. Well, and especially because like there is like a genuine kind of like tall poppy syndrome type thing on the left. I mean, we've sort of talked about
what
this.
What is tall poppy syndrome?
Okay, so tall poppy syndrome is a notion that like tall grass gets cut. Say so, like if you rise to a certain level of prominence, the left
become the target.
Turns on you. Yeah. And I think part of that is the same hipster mindset that leads leftists to turn on a politician who gets elected. Right? Is that it's like, well, now you're the establishment. There's a little micro version of that happens in influencer world where, I mean, early on my YouTube.
It's funny because the reason why things like that will spread like a virus, you know, where like people will become, you know, the meme, ontologically evil, right? When people will criticize a politician, they'll say, oh, I found something where they're impure and therefore they can't be trusted. It's like, well, one, they're a politician, so yeah, I probably don't trust it. But the reason why is because, one, people want to be seen as a good person, and one of the best ways to do that is to declare someone to be a bad person. And if other people are saying that someone's a bad person, and you don't fall in line with that person being a bad person, then you might be a bad person. So you want to be a good person, and so you want the people that you think are good people to also think that you're a good person, and then you just fall for it. You just fall for it. And it's funny because that's actually the same exact kind of weakness that she's saying that she has, that she is weak in that way. Because she's so worked up about being a bad person, on being on the other side of this, that she will fall for the same shit on the right. But the thing is that all of it has to do with ressentiment. Yet again.
queer, you know, a lot of people, I think I probably have lost a large percentage of my earliest audience because a lot of people liked me because they saw me as this kind of like, you know, a queer transgender underdog who was like, like they related to. And then I got too big and they don't relate to me anymore and they resent me for getting too big.
Is it that?
And it's like,
Yeah.
I think that then like caused like a kind of extreme moral, extremely like, you know, stringent moral purity that was expected of me and that
Because you made money?
I was not able to deliver on.
The degree to which the audience can turn on the creator also is
Yes.
fanatical because it was their like
Yeah.
favorite thing. It
Yeah.
was
What? That the audience can turn on the creator. Do you, like this is like the same kind of concept as cancel culture, right? Where cancel culture is something that is produced because of the way that a group phenomena or a crowd phenomena can be represented as an individual sort of action, right? It's not that individual people inside of your audience decided in some sort of way that was represented by a pattern, right? Or represented, you know, at a net loss, right? But it's individual people deciding that they don't like you anymore, or maybe they just stop watching or whatever. But how do you know the difference between somebody who hates you now and somebody who just stopped watching, or somebody who, you know, started doing other shit, found some other content creator, etc. And then the commenters, like what percentage of the people are commenting? Like all these people get like wrapped up into one thing. And then if you have a bunch of people in your audience who do not like you anymore because of some sort of shift that happened, probably with you, if there's a pattern like this, it's probably because you changed in some way and that is something that they don't like. But instead of individual people doing it, it's the audience does it. The audience turned on me. No, dude. Individual people stop liking you. And then you got defensive and made a big deal out of it. Or just the algorithm not being in your favor anymore. Well, I'm assuming that she's also representing it with comments and stuff like that. But yeah.
subcultural identity before, and now that they feel in some way betrayed, it's like they just kind of unload all of that kind of parasocial fanaticism into this new outlet of, oh, I actually hate that person. I've hated their stuff the whole time.
And that's not just a leftist thing. Like I do think that on the right,
I think it's just a social media
everyone
thing.
kind of hates each other, right? Too, right? Like, but they're somehow able to like. I think maybe it's because they believe in loyalty on some level. They when it counts, like they come together to support Daddy.
The way you said after Daddy was said, maybe one more section. Maybe Luigi. Left versus liberal. What would be a good one to transition into the Channel 5? Because we got to watch the Channel 5 interview the ICE agent. I want to do that soon. But I think I want one more section. Maybe left versus liberal.
How has the left changed within that time? Skeptic, atheist, libertarian-ish leaning movement to the constituency that is now this like right-wing populism. It's
I need to go back a little bit further. Here.
Feminist games critic who
racking up those views.
Was so well, the target of so much obsessive.
What a terrible set. This is an ugly fucking rug. Those chairs look fucking stupid. These are... Dude, put the water in a glass.
Well, the target of so much obsessive vitriol during Gamergate, right? So I think that then this is where like Bannon and Milo Yiannopoulos came in.
Yeah.
And they realized this is a politically useful energy.
Yeah. I'm not going to get us in the Christopher Poole. We'll never get out of that rabbit hole.
Is that my Discord? Is that my Discord, not yours? Oh, I think it was. Let me turn on streamer mode. Is that not on? What the fuck is it? Streamer mode. What the where is it? Search streamer. Notifications? No? What the fuck? Where did it go? Dude, they changed this shit. Fuck it. Ignore it. Don't worry about it.
Okay, so I wanted to explore this stuff a little bit because I see a pretty direct lineage from this like YouTube skeptic, atheist, libertarian-ish leaning movement to the constituent.
Actually, you probably didn't hear it because it's probably not wired up. I'm sorry.
YouTube skeptic, atheist, libertarian-ish leaning movement to the constituency that is now this like right-wing populism. It's the same group of people progressing over like 10, 15 years. There's an arc. Yeah, you can call it a pipeline. You can like watch people move between these successive phases. How has the left changed within that time? We've been talking about this like, let's say 8-year arc. How has the left changed since you started making content?
In a lot of ways, there continues to be a fairly devastating fracture that is downwind of the 2016 Democratic primary.
The long
September.
Long 2016.
And that I think that the effects of that are still felt. I had hoped that it was possible for there to be like a liberal left alliance. By 2024, it came to seem that it wasn't possible. This, I think, to me,
this is so stupid. This is within the context of online shit. She can't disconnect from the online world. She can't do it.
It's very blackpilling for me.
You don't actually need a alliance between the left and liberals. You need to turn the liberals into better leftists than the leftists that exist, if anything.
Because it seems like
the thing is that if you want to affect political change, there's a million liberals just waiting for somebody to tell them what to do, and leftists can't. The ones that aren't doing anything right now, they kind of can't. It's not that there needs to be a liberal leftist alliance. It's not really how it works. It's just like where people are at and whether people are going to actively do something. Like if people can be motivated to do the kind of work that has to happen, then that's the type of shit that has to happen, right? Like it's those people, those individual people. The idea of like a left and liberal alliance is like similar to the this like fake idea of the coalition. And once you like start poking at the concept for even a second, it just falls apart.
I think to me is a very blackpilling for me because it seems like it's less possible to make a coalition than I used to, because in 2017 I had this moment of optimism, right? I had been, full disclosure, I mean I'm sure that people already know this, but I was like a Hillary Clinton supporter in 2016. I mean, in part, not that I didn't like, not that I disliked Bernie, I did like him, right? But I thought at the time, you know, I had worked on Obama's campaign in 2012, and so I remember just how like I used to canvass, I used to do phone calls, and just to get people to want, I was like, we're trying to give you health care.
Yeah.
And it was like pulling teeth to get people to be like, blah, blah, but it's socialism, and he's gonna make death panels, and it's this Islamic communism, and it's, you know what I mean? Like just, and we're talking about the Affordable Care Act, not at all a radical piece of legislation, right? But like people have been so like this like anti-socialist strain of American paranoia was so strong that I felt that Bernie Sanders could not win. Then Hillary Clinton lost. And that caused me to rethink things. I was like, well, okay, my intuitions may be wrong because I would not have thought Donald Trump would win. Maybe I was also wrong about Bernie Sanders. And so I kind of moved a bit to the left then and felt like, look, we can maybe have a kind of leftist Democratic Party, and then AOC emerged, and that was very promising in 2018.
Mhm.
Then in 2020, of course,
You know what's really interesting is when you. It's so ironic that part that we've been skipping around a little bit. It's not been in order, but that part where she she sort of criticized the left for apparently not being Marxist, which I guess she meant by she meant to say like not being materialist, and by that she meant that they're online too much. Doesn't seem like she has a good grasp on these things. But like, if you are a materialist, like if you actually are a materialist, then what are you doing just complaining about the like ideological makeup of people that you're trying to mobilize politically, that you're trying to get it politically engaged? Why are you complaining about it? Because if you're complaining about the like individuals that are hostile to your politics, or they don't want to pick up the phone for the Obama campaign or whatever the fuck she was talking about, the moment that you start criticizing what people are like this, oh, people are too like that, people are too like this to do this, it's like a materialist position would be one in which you're actually engaging with, you know, the environment that make up that produce the ideological restraints that you're facing here. So it's not that people are too this or that, people believe too much of this thing or that thing for them to actually do something political. It's that you don't know how to reach these people because you don't know enough about where they come from or their background or their makeup or anything like that. That's actually your your fault. In a materialist sense, that's your fault. It's not their fault. It can't be their fault. There is none of that. There is that you can't blame people produced by their material conditions for how they've been produced through like a materialist perspective, right?
Bernie really lost the primary. And I think that I felt like, okay, maybe this is not translating into electoral success so much.
Yeah.
And then by 2024, I felt
He lost in a fair fight. He didn't get, swindled by the DNC.
I mean, I also personally think the claims of him being swindled by this DNC are somewhat overstated.
Maybe not swindled, but like at least the institutional power in the DNC.
But some people overstated, sure, but it happened. But it's funny that she would say this immediately after characterizing people, much like the DNC characterizes people, as just numbers on a on the polling data. You know, everybody is just polling data. Everybody is just one collective, polling data. That's it. It's a PR campaign, right? Because that's the problem with the DNC. The DNC doesn't make any value, or the Democrats don't make any values. The Democrats will look at what people's political and ideological makeup is, and then figure out whether or not they will be popular based on what people are, right? It's reactive. It's like the bare minimum type shit. But and then you see people on the right, and they will just make up their own fucking values like that. All of a sudden, like every single person on the right believes something that they never believed a year ago, right? Because, and if you looked at the polling data, it might not be that popular. It might not be that popular until somebody makes it popular. And so they'll just make up their own fucking values, and they'll make it up just anywhere about anything. They'll just make up whatever the fuck, and people will just go along with it, right? And believe it or not, on the left, you can make your own values too. Whoa. You can make your own values too. You can understand where people are at, and then you can communicate in a way that gets people to, for one reason or another, adopt your values. Huh. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that like a concept that you should probably understand as like getting into politics? Like you should understand that politics is a makeup of like of like the social relations and values that are produced over time through institutions and material conditions and blah blah blah. Like, especially on the left, like the idea that you can't make your own values and that you can only ever be responsive to what people are ready for. That's the type of shit. But that's the type of shit that that had the Democrats basically throw immigrants and trans people under the bus, right? Because particular kinds of language and particular, like, people weren't putting their fucking foot on the ground when it needed to happen. They weren't drawing a line in the sand when it needed to happen. And it still needs to happen, but they're not doing it because they're afraid of losing elections, because they're looking at data of where people are already at. And so it's too risky to talk about trans people and what's going on with trans people. It's too risky to speak about the abolition of ICE and stuff like that for no fucking reason. And you know what happens when you do that is that when you have the right that are making up the values, the liberals that are trying to play it soft and appeal to what people actually believe, what happens is the right completely controls the ideological makeup of the United States. And then over time, it just moves more and more and more right because the left doesn't fight for anything. And so it's so funny that she will talk about people like that. She will talk about people like that. And then, immediately start saying that the way that the DNC fucked over Bernie was overstated.
Overstated.
Maybe not swindled,
Yeah.
but like at least the institutional power in the DNC was so sizable and potent.
Yeah.
You see the other interview or clips from it where she gets at least some pushback? This one displays it all so clearly, though. No, I haven't seen any clips. I just saw the thumbnail, basically. I heard that people are upset. I don't actually know what people are upset about. I'm just clicking on random parts of it. But I wouldn't mind if anyone has like a clip or a reaction from somebody else, so that I know what people are actually upset about. But
the insurgent populist campaign couldn't overcome how much and potent
Yeah.
that the insurgent populist campaign couldn't overcome how much hegemonic power it had. They could.
DNC are somewhat overstated.
Maybe not swindled,
Yeah.
but like at least the institutional power in the DNC was so sizable and potent
Yeah.
that the insurgent populist campaign couldn't overcome how much hegemonic power it had.
Isn't that synonymous with getting fucked by the DNC?
They could pull different levers and get people to show up in South Carolina and this kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely true to some extent. I mean, I think I guess I get a little bit annoyed when people overstate that, like, it was rage against Bernie and that, like, well, like, Hillary Clinton did win the popular vote by more than 3 million votes. Like, I mean, yes, Hillary Clinton has spent her career building institutional support in the Democratic Party. Bernie Sanders just showed up that year, basically.
Mhm.
Wow, what?
As he's an independent in Vermont.
Right. So you as you were saying,
Yeah.
your politics progressed after that
Yeah.
that failure in
Dude, Bernie's been around. What the?
Then I
2020.
kind of got disillusioned with it, especially when it came to 2024. And I felt that it was basically like desperately urgent to vote for Kamala Harris. And I was not getting I was getting a lot of,
Sorry.
especially when it came to 2024. And I felt that it was basically like desperately urgent to vote for Kamala Harris. And I was not getting I was getting a lot of aggressive pushback on that idea from the left.
Mhm.
So I felt kind of politically isolated by feeling that it was important to vote for Kamala Harris. I felt politically isolated in 2020.
You felt politically isolated by an online community of leftists because you told people
And
to
now
vote?
I kind of just don't know what to do, and have kind of just adopted this sort of stoic, almost like submissive or defeatist attitude towards
What? What?
politics, which I hope, I hope that things.
You ever get bullied by online strangers and then just decide to not be politically effective at all because you're just too sad about being judged by online fucking avatars and shit?
Will improve, though I don't necessarily expect it.
Like, are your political values associated with just being part of other in-groups? Why do you criticize the left? You're criticizing the left because you were kicked out of the online club.
I hope that things will improve, though I don't necessarily expect it. I think that there needs what I see as the main problem on the left is there's this gap between the online leftist podcast sphere and like the liberal middle-aged women who canvass for the Democratic Party. Like,
the normie vote?
Yeah, the normie vote. But there's like no non-normie vote almost on the
You're
left.
telling me that
Yeah.
like people in middle America are not like Marxist, Leninist, Maoists?
I mean, yes, that is what I'm saying.
Huh.
I mean, they're not Marxist Leninist.
It's news to me because I have a lot of discords that would seem
I think
to
that
say so.
despite what the impression that you get in certain online spaces, I think that like Marxist Leninist Maoist ideology is probably off-putting to most American voters. Like, again, maybe things have changed a lot since 2012, but a lot of people felt that the Affordable Care Act was too communist. So, I mean, maybe that's different now.
I think it might be.
I think it might be.
But it's
Yeah.
also, I mean, Medicare for all is kind of old news to people now.
Yeah.
So we'll see what develops.
Yeah.
I wanted to bring this up though, as referencing in an interview with Riley Grace Rochong, you were talking about a Discord server that you.
My wand, hello. I heard that you helped make a hit piece against Lonerbox. Who made the video? That's sick. Hell yeah. Good to see you.
Run at some point where there was a big factional split that opened up where the conversation was about whether it was racist to be a Marxist, Leninist, Maoist, and you were like, okay, I'm just turning this thing off. So what portion of the kind of left-wing audience that you acquired within that time kind of caused you to progress in your political views as well?
Do you mean did the audience?
What? I'm sorry. Did that make sense at all?
Big factional split that opened up where the conversation was about whether it was racist to be a Marxist, Leninist, Maoist. And
Yes? Wait, that happened?
we're like, okay, I'm just turning this thing off. So what portion of the kind of left-wing audience that you acquired within that time?
It's racist to not have my politics. If you don't agree 100% politically with me, or you're, at least unwilling to accept my political views, you're racist.
Kind of caused you to progress in your political views as well.
I didn't do anything like that, but someone told them that I did. Oh. That's gonna base too, actually.
Within that time, kind of caused you to progress in your political views as well.
Do you mean did the audience kind of lead me to?
When you see how your work is reflected by the actual audience and you think that, actually, this is not what I was trying to advance, that changes your views and you have to kind of recalibrate.
Well, I have been often surprised by how many people become like communists after watching my videos, because I'm not and have never been a communist. And I don't think that I'm arguing for communism.
Pussy?
But, and yet...
What kind of communist?
Pussy?
Well, a variety of kinds. But the thing is, like, I have never really considered myself to be on the radical left in terms of the fact that I'm not a... I mean, what am I? I'm like a social democrat.
Pussy?
Like, I'm on the left wing of the Democratic Party. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
Right? So, like...
Cringe. What the fuck what? You're in the left wing of the Democrat Party, except you were saying that the idea of getting institutional money for left-wing politics is a bad thing? Where are you? Oh, so you're fucking... Oh my gosh. This is going to be so offensive. Okay? Get ready for it. I'm going to say the meanest thing that you've ever heard said about Contra. She's a pick-me for leftist? She's not even a leftist? She's just a pick-me for leftist? Also, by the way, I know she's not a leftist. Okay? No one except for me and my insular, closed group of friends are leftists. The only leftist that I know right now is just me, fucking Brooks, and my wife. We are the only leftists. But really, why is she so she's like worked up and upset about not being accepted by a group that she says that she's not a part of? That's like worse.
My favorite.
Oh, did someone super chat? Is YouTube not working with super chats? Whoopsie. Is it? Uh-oh. I hope I'm not in trouble. No, I don't think so. No, we're good. I don't think anyone's supported monetarily except for a couple people. Fuck, it was a while ago. By the way, guys, I basically require money to survive. And so if any of you guys have like a couple bucks that I could have, throw it in like the PayPal, like the Streamlabs link or whatever. That would be like super appreciated, you know. Pretend that I'm doing like labor for your entertainment or something, and then maybe do the math on like how I got, I think, like 1 or 2 subs or something, and be like, oh, he's been streaming for like an hour and a half, and he's made like $5. Be like, you know what, I got a couple bucks, let me help bro out. Streamlabs link is misbehaving for me. Oh, it might be with the name change. No, I think people have used it before. If it is broken, I'll figure it out. But I'm just saying.
Politicians or people like AOC, like Mamdani. Like this is where my political allegiance is.
Okay.
I don't really.
Yo, Simon, thank you for the gifted membership. Thank you.
I mean, I guess it's very pragmatic too, because I think that one thing I think is an
Namaste.
obstacle to me communicating with a lot of people on the far left is many people on the far left have like strong ideological convictions about what they think is like the ideal type of society. And which to me seems almost like a kind of Plato's Republic activity that they're engaging in.
I mean,
because to me, like I'm a social democrat. Am I like a deep?
I mean, sure, like that happens. But what about, how is that being contrasted by your prescriptions?
I feel like a deep allegiance to capitalism. No, but I just live in a society where capitalism is deeply entrenched. So my pragmatic solution to that is like, look, let's make capitalism suck less somewhat, right? I think if I lived in a society where socialism was deeply entrenched.
Why was she criticizing people on the left for not being Marxist and not being materialist or whatever the fuck? And then she's like, me? I give myself a pass on the you know, basic Marxist reading. Yo, John, thank you for gifting a membership. Thank you for that. Thank you.
Entrenched, I probably would not be advocating for capitalist revolution. I would be advocating for a less bad form of socialism than whatever that was.
Yeah.
What?
I would be advocating for somewhat, right? I think if I lived in a society where socialism was deeply entrenched, I probably would not be advocating for capitalist revolution. I would be advocating for a less bad form of socialism than whatever that was.
Yeah.
You know, maybe we can have a few free markets as a treat, right? You know, like I think that's probably what I would be doing.
Mm-hmm.
Like I think that on some level, the kind of non-revolutionary tendency is like a personality thing more than it is an ideological thing for me. Like I think it's not that I think abolishing capitalism is bad for ideological reasons. I just think it's
Yo, people tax, what the fuck? I totally missed that. Thank you for the donation. What did you name that? People tax collector? Uh-oh. Thank you.
likely to occur in my lifetime in the United States. Well, I guess I think of it as like it's alcoholism 101. You got the serenity to accept the things you cannot change. You have the courage to change what you can, and you have the wisdom to know the difference.
Do not know. Okay. Do not accept the things that you can't change. Change it, dude. You think that you know the difference between what you can and can't change? Wrong. Stop being a fucking pussy, dude. Go change shit.
So I think we're arguing about, like, you know, the topic of abolishing capitalism. Is this a serenity problem? Is it a courage problem? Is it a wisdom problem? I think a lot of my critics on the left think it's a courage problem, right? They think that I am a sort of like cowardly sellout
Yeah, well, I didn't say it like that.
lib shit or whatever.
Yeah.
Whereas I think that they have.
Oh, people tax Monkey. Thank you for the dono. I appreciate it. So the Ko-Fi works well. Thank you.
A wisdom problem in that they are trying to, or a serenity problem, I'm not sure which. Like, they're trying to change a thing that's not gonna change. Like, not realistically in any kind of like short or middle time frame.
What the fuck are you talking about? Are we talking about the market, the thing that changes literally every single day based on every single person's like tiny shifts in desire and non-desire? Like that thing, the thing that's constantly shape-shifting around every single person, you can't change it. It's changing all the time. It's actually more difficult to not change it. It's actually really, really difficult to not change it.
Short or middle time frame.
How do you feel about? So I'm sympathetic to this, that there's actually existing social democracy. There's a Nordic model, and
you say actually existing social democracy.
Yeah.
Those things are compelling because they work and they're real, and it's not my fantasy utopia.
Yeah.
But what do you think about? Clearly the aspirations of the people who achieve the Nordic model were pointing beyond that. So when is it useful for us to have like maybe less practical politics as a North Star by which we can, incrementally judge our progress towards the society we'd like to see?
Well, some level of that is undoubtedly useful. Like,
oh, awesome. Because that just means that everything that you said just basically means nothing. Awesome. Our family, thank you for the $5. Some people say Hassan is the Joe Rogan of the left, and Contra does hate him. Thoughts? Sure, yeah, why not? Wait, is the question to hate him? Sure, why not? Or the question that he's the Joe Rogan of the left? Yeah, sure, why not? You can call him that, yeah. It's kind of difficult to say that somebody is the Joe Rogan of the left, because the moment that you're on the left, you're not Joe Rogan. I don't know. Why not? Yeah, he's fucking dumb himbo. Why not? Yeah. He fills the void of lonely people. Yeah, why not?
Like, I do think that people feel my temperamental aversion to utopian thinking is not, is probably not the majority viewpoint. I think a lot of people like the idea of having a very a North Star to follow, something very hopeful and beautiful to imagine as a future. The fact that I'm annoyed by it is my problem maybe, but I think that, so I think you're right that yes, it can be helpful to have an idea of what your ideal would be so that you can work, what you're working towards, even if you don't ever get there.
Okay, ask the same question about, you might as well just ask about, whether or not it's useful that people are Christians and believe in heaven. It's well, yeah, well, if the promise of heaven makes people behave, then okay.
I guess where I object to the utopian strain as I see it is where I feel like it becomes an obstacle, or it becomes the perfect becoming an enemy of the better, right? It becomes an obstacle to progress when...
Oh, she just caught herself in the fucking dankest contradiction. Oh, I don't even want to say it out loud because oof. It's an obstacle to progress, says the person who is explicitly saying that nothing can be done to change the conditions, so she's trying to aim towards the bare minimum. She aims on principle towards the bare minimum, because aiming towards the maximum can produce obstacles for progress. Holy shit. She's a pick me. She's a fucking, please like me. Please like me. I'm what the fuck? She's a contradiction.
Actually achievable goal is seen as not good enough to even be worth bothering with.
Right, right.
Which is, again, I think, the constant debate that I've been in about electoralism often centers on that. These, like, you know, deeply imperfect Democratic candidates, many people feel that they would be just too morally compromised if they voted for them.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, look at, like, but there's, like, it's gonna be one or the other, and
it can always get worse.
Yeah, and then I think people hate the, like, lesser of two evils thing because it's not inspiring and it's depressing, and they see it as just a slippery slope that leads to an ever worsening society.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, to be clear, like, I do not think that we're the lesser of two evils should be the Democratic Party messaging, nor do I think that it is. But I think that it is how I think about it, because I just don't. Well, because people keep, I don't know, I'm just frustrated with people who won't vote, assuring me that, look, if the worst candidate wins, then that will be the catalyst for a revolution. It's like, okay, well then where's the revolution?
Right.
Like,
dude, this is baby politics. This is like baby politics. This is like, I don't want to eat the veggies politics. This is like, wah. This is like, you know what I mean? This is like, wah. Wah. I don't wanna. That's the politics that we're engaging in here. I don't know how to fucking, yes, like anyone who's like remotely politically informed is going to tell you to take any opportunity that can increase the amount of power that that you can gain for the types of things that you want politically. Generally, like that's kind of, everyone else is just voting for their virtues and or you know, trying to fit in with their family or whatever. But the thing is, like I said earlier, if you're shaking your fist at the way that people think and feel, you're not a materialist. And it's like people think and feel these things for particular reasons, right? And some of them are pretty fucking potent reasons. It was really, really difficult to simultaneously try to advocate for people to vote for Kamala Harris, but Kamala Harris was also like embarrassingly like tiptoeing around eggshells of Gaza and what Israel is doing to the Palestinians, right? Like, like I understand why a lot of the shit that happened, and the way that like institutional pressures and like all the, like, you know, DNC shit. I understand all of the fucking nuances there, but the idea of like bitching about people who didn't want to vote for Kamala Harris because they just felt so bad about the behavior around her messaging with Israel Palestine and shit like that, like that is a ideological phenomena that is relative to the material conditions what people are seeing online, the political makeup, right? There's a million things that you could blame, and if you were to figure out all of the different things that you could blame, you would find out that blame is nothing to do. Like, you can't blame anything. Blame is make-believe. Trying to find something to blame is just theology. It's just it's a fantasy. You're trying to figure out the most comfortable place that you can, you know, rationalize your own resentment. That's it. By the time you figure out every little thing that went into you know, Kamala losing the vote and then Trump getting elected again, if you were to figure out every little fucking thing that you could possibly blame, one, you're going to wear yourself out and not do anything productive. But two, you're going to find out that like people aren't blameworthy. If you're actually talking about systems, if you're actually talking about the orientation of the political landscape or whatever, if you're blaming into just people, right? These types of people, that type of people, we lost because of these types of people, you are not engaging in politics. You're engaging in fucking MTV type shit.
are you? You said you were a revolutionary before the election. Why are you not a revolutionary after the election? I don't know.
I think there's a fantasy that they used to call it worseism. Now they call it accelerationism.
Yeah,
but like as things get worse, that
you know how you win elections, get people to vote for you? Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah. It's like, I can't believe that people didn't it's like imagine if McDonald's is blaming the consumers for their market value decreasing. You know, it doesn't make any fucking sense.
Creates the conditions for
Yes.
revolution. And I think there's a fantasy that they used to call it worseism. Now
Yeah.
they call it accelerationism.
Yeah,
But like
yeah,
as things
yeah,
get worse,
yeah.
that creates the conditions for
Yes.
revolution. And
So they used to call it worseism. Also, accelerationism is not just about make things worse so things get better. That has never been what accelerationism is about. Accelerationism is a bastardization of Marxo Deleuzian politics and philosophy. But it's not just make things worse and then good thing happens.
yeah,
Never heard that in your life? I've never heard the term worseism.
that is like a very kind of comfortable subcultural identity where you don't have to get involved in the messy stuff of politics and be in a coalition with somebody that you don't personally want to hang out with. But the
Oh, I shouldn't just say that and not explain it. Just a TLDR, accelerationism has to do with a machinic process of acceleration when it comes to market relations, market dynamics. So the way that capitalism and technological progression, stuff like that, the way that it functions is a feedback loop that accelerates over time, right? And then you can go in any direction that you want with that, right? Accelerationism has to do with that process in particular. The more that you let capitalism off the leash, the quicker the technological advancements would be, because this is an innate part of the capitalist process. That's the idea, right? But it's usually just an idea that people run with because they want to sound esoteric and edgy online.
more kind of nitty-gritty in the weeds conversation around, there are reasons why social democracy fell to neoliberalism in Europe, and there
Yeah.
are kind of global macroeconomic tendency of the rate of profit to fall, like big kind of theoretical conversations that
I'm sorry.
fell to neoliberalism in
Sorry. This sounds
with
spicy.
somebody that you don't personally want to hang out with. But the more kind of nitty-gritty in the weeds conversation around, there are reasons why social democracy fell to neoliberalism in Europe, and there
Yeah.
are kind of global macroeconomic tendency of the rate of profit to fall, like big kind of theoretical conversations that, it gets worse for a reason. And I think that is understandable, but it also has to do with like a lot of math, and that's
Yeah,
not very
yeah, yeah,
sexy,
yeah.
to be honest.
This is revisionism is what that is. There was a explicit push, like there was a intentional revolution that happened by way of institution, like an institutional revolution that happened. It was very, very intentional. There was very explicit propaganda that was being put out. There's an explicit program to make that that transformation. The idea that it's just simply numbers is just not the case for neoliberalism. Like that was no, dude. What the?
Before I get us totally sidetracked,
Like I might say that about the it might be a little bit more complicated when you're talking about the development of capitalism, right? Like if you want a more rigorous understanding of the development of capitalism that goes further than what you would get from the very sort of generalized Marxist interpretation of, from, this economic arrangement, then to that one or whatever. Like you can get into that if you want to. Neoliberalism was an explicit, there's an explicit campaign for that.
we've been talking about transformations within the left. We've touched on this a bit before, but how has the right changed in the last, let's say, like long 2016?
Well, they've really changed.
They've
I mean,
changed a
I
lot.
think that there was initial resistance to Trump and the Republican Party. I mean, so if you think back to like Mitt Romney as a Republican candidate. The Republican Party is an unrecognizable organization
Yeah.
compared to what it was, right? I mean, I think that like I do think that Trump kind of harnessed these energies that were always part of the or for at least for 50 plus years have been part of the right wing, uh, you know, just the kind of like libidinal drive of right wing
They've
politics.
been in there.
Yeah, it's been in there, but like there's been decorum and a kind of need to mitigate the like roughest edges of it. So
Yeah.
like I always think about this moment in like the 2008 presidential election where some woman at a rally, you know, stands up with a microphone, asks John McCain, like, you know, isn't Obama an Arab?
Oh, I remember this.
And-
Yeah.
And
You remember it? You remember the meme? I'm about done with this. But somebody said that they were looking for a clip of like the thing that people are actually upset about. It might have been something that I already sort of bitched about. Actually, no. Tell me who was upset. That might be more effective. President said I made a video. Yeah, but his videos are fucking long, aren't they? And he probably just vaguely agrees with me. So we can just skip. Actually, maybe not. He might not. Ooh. That'd be spicy, huh? Was it just that? Were you guys just referencing Sunday? Oh, it's actually not that long. 20 minutes though. And I don't want to say anything mean about Sunday. I was already critical about Sunday in like 2 streams ago. I don't want to do that. It's not nice. It's a good video. I'm sure it's a good video. It's just a I'm a very sharp knife. You have issues with it, but good. Tight. Sunday good ticket. Well, maybe we watch some of the Channel 5 ICE interview video first. Okay. So. Let's do it. Why'd you blur his eyes out, pussy? What do you...
Alex Preddy.
Uh-oh. Oh, okay. I actually have no idea how this is gonna go. If you do know how it goes, don't give me any spoilers, okay? I am not the kind of guy that likes spoilers. Don't give me spoilers. But if you want to support the stream, check out the Streamlabs Patreon and Ko-Fi. Because I need money to survive. Please, if you have a couple dollars and you want to help me out, please, please, please. I promise to stream more if that happens. My one, does that link work? You said that you had problems with it. Do we know if that link works? Can somebody test it? Just like throw like $100 in there and just see if it works.
Preddy, when he was shot, his hands were on the ground. He did not have a firearm in his hand. Border Patrol should not have been there. Border Patrol.
What? Wait.
His hands were on the ground. He did not have a firearm in his hand. Border Patrol should not have been there. Border Patrol should be patrolling the border.
I feel
So he didn't like his toes being stepped on? Knocking what isn't working, so I sweat. Oh, I see. Okay. The one that, okay. I see. Let me change the one in the description of the YouTube. Really, really quickly. Maybe. Yes. I don't have high hopes here, actually. Andrew's been I have a hard time believing that Andrew is going to talk the kind of shit that he needs to talk. And I don't think he's... I doubt he's going to be rhetorically effective enough to work them like I would want. Okay. If you refresh the page and you go into the description of the YouTube video, that should be the working link. Let me know if it works.
Our administration wanted this type of escalation. I don't think Renee Good deserved to be killed. We sometimes feel like they're waiting for one of us to be shot and killed.
What did you think about the Alex Preddy
No comment.
shooting?
That one was also particularly traumatic.
Was Renee Good a criminal? No. Was she acting like a bitch? Yeah.
How do you feel
Jesus.
about the phrase ICE?
I try not to take it personally.
All your homophobia.
It's personal, bro. It's personal. That's the point.
All your racism. All your transphobia. All your xenophobia. Everyone go f yourself.
Is he's yelling into the fucking... Dude, that's not a megaphone. Fuck.
Your family, your kids, nigga. That's how it is. I can't sleep comfortably because of you.
I just feel like we've been in the pocket of the administration, kind of doing their bidding and wrapping up as many people as possible.
We've been mislabeled as Nazis.
Okay, well, this guy just said that he thinks he's a Nazi. This guy just said that he believes that he is a Nazi. That's what he said. That is exactly what he said.
I just feel like we've been in the pocket of the administration, kind of doing their bidding and wrapping up as many people as possible.
That's a Nazi.
We've been mislabeled as Nazis, homophobes, as racist in law enforcement. That's
as homophobes. So the fact that he brought up homophobes, by the way, the fact that he sandwiched Nazi and racist with homophobe, the reason why he did that is because the people that join ICE are the people that are inundated with the fucking anti-cancel culture, anti-woke, like those types of people that have been the most susceptible to the brainwashing of the administration. It's those guys.
mislabeled as Nazis, homophobes, as racist in law enforcement. That's just not true.
They're doing exactly what the Gestapo did back in the Nazi regime.
We are not deportation officers, and we are not people who go out and grab people, round them up, and then deport them. That is...
I'm sorry. Are you saying that they're Nazis?
Not what we do.
Unnecessary violence has been happening since the Metro surges began, and HSI...
What are you doing?
Had to back up investigations of assaults against officers where there was no assault, and they started it.
So you think there's a critical misunderstanding on behalf of the public as to what ICE actually is?
I think so. We have child exploitation, which is a huge component of what we do.
They're kidnapping kids, buying and selling kids, bribing officials, killing people, all for the purpose.
Okay, well, guess what? ICE has their own... Yo, Alejandro, thank you for the $5. Let me know if I missed any. I don't know why the alert's not playing. Thank you for that. ICE puts out their own data. Okay. Well, actually, it got leaked from ICE. ICE's own data. To say some shit like this after we can see what you guys put in your system for who you are going after. These are not people fucking exploiting underage kids. These are not people running a sex trafficking ring. Look at the fucking data. Okay? These are the vast, literally almost all of them. I don't even want to use the word innocent because they shouldn't be part of this system. ICE should not exist at all. Like, this should not exist at all. But look at your own fucking data. It's not even criminals that you're not even going after people that are committing crime.
Of exploiting underage kids.
The internet has opened some doors for the world. Watching the Artemis mission live, coolest shit ever. Knowing that you can just jump on the internet and meet with a child and them terrible.
But coming into the country is a crime. If anyone says that, by the way, just take 2 seconds to look it up. It's not a crime. It's not a crime. I'm not saying that you're saying that. I'm saying that a lot of people don't know that it's not a crime.
Since Trump got into office, there's been 33% less federal agent hours spent pursuing child predators than there was beforehand. Have there been child exploitation cases that have been basically thrown out as a result of moving HSI manpower over to places like Minneapolis to enforce immigration?
There have absolutely been leads that have been uninvestigated or closed out.
But also, isn't that... fuck, we shouldn't be watching the intro like that. Because I don't know the order that these were brought up in. Because I don't know if this is actually being brought in as a real criticism of the thing that he said, where they are going after people that are, you know, sex trafficking and stuff like that. When you can see that, like, the actual resources that were being put into actually going after those people, even within HSI and within DHS and shit, like, that is fucking been defunded, and people have been shifted away from that to go after people specifically that are not criminals. So the amount of people that are involved in sex trafficking and stuff like that, there are less resources for them so that they can go after more innocent people, which is the vast majority of the people that they've been going after. So the idea that, dude, I'm going to be so pissed if he doesn't fucking smack the shit out of him after he says that. Can we skip the spoilers? He's just... No, we shouldn't. We'll see how it...
Surely have been uninvestigated or closed out prematurely because we don't have the manpower or the priority to focus on that.
The immigration enforcement and now our criminal enforcement, that's all merged. It makes our job a lot more difficult.
It definitely feels like my purpose has been destroyed. I have no doubt that the American people have lost their faith in us. I lost their faith in us.
You got fired from ICE.
Fucking... I can't say it.
For something you said about Israel. What was the process like?
No. What? Wait. Speaking of DHS, did you see the shit about Noam's husband? I don't think so.
You got fired from ICE for something you said about Israel. What was the process like?
No.
What do you say?
Rights are red. They didn't ask me about my side of events. They're just like, you're being terminated for misconduct, which is weird to me because being a cop from other agencies, usually IA is supposed to like take a sworn statement from you regardless whether or not...
You're surprised that ICE didn't give you due process. Okay.
Being fired.
Do you think race played a role in you actually getting fired and singled out?
I'm pretty positive because I've seen officers commit actual misconduct on camera, say things they're not supposed to, and they didn't get fired or written up.
The termination letter quotes, "I knew my girl was the one when she said she hated Jews in Israel."
Oof.
Yeah.
So you never sent anything remotely.
No, that was a different officer that said that.
What's
oh,
up,
I think you said that.
Andrew Callahan here, Channel 5 News. We got a pretty hot one coming down the
What a crazy intro.
pipeline today. It's officially been about 4 months since Operation Metro Surge wrapped up in Minneapolis.
What's up, baby? No. Hell nah. Probably in the bed. No, it can't be muted. Sorry. I was telling secrets.
Minnesota. During the operation, nearly 4,000 people were arrested and 2 people were killed by either...
Long story short, a video got leaked of him dressing up in bimbo drag online. I saw that. He has a bimboification fetish, apparently. Sick.
DHS, Border Patrol, or ICE agents. Metro Surge was likely carried out to make good on Trump's second-term campaign promise of mass deportations and likely to appease his campaign donors over at CoreCivic and Geo Group, who are yielding astronomical profits as we speak from private detention contracts and have a vested interest in filling as many beds as humanly possible at all times. And with how fast things move in the news cycle nowadays, it's hard for the operation to not feel like ancient history. If you can recall, last February, we were on the 1-yard line of a watershed Epstein.
I hate this. I'm skipping this.
And making a lot of noise as well.
What?
Right-wing side of things, high-up government officials were also barking and making a lot of noise as well, especially Christino. Shout out to Brian. Bimbo's on top. But one perspective left out entirely is the perspective of the ICE agents themselves. From what I've been told, today's interview with 3 different agents is the first time that individual ICE agents who are masked in the field have gotten on camera to speak their minds since the operation concluded.
Oh my God, you know what's so funny is that they wore masks for this, but they probably wore the same mask that they wear at work.
Should note, these interviews were only made possible because of the assistance of our buddy Carl, who you'll meet in a minute. Now, before proceeding, I just want to establish one important fact.
Fuck ICE, say it.
There is no such thing as an ICE agent.
So under DHS, there's lots of different agencies. ICE itself, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, is made up of Enforcement and Removal Operations, ERO.
ICE is made up of...
Yeah, those are ICE agents.
Of ERO, which is Enforcement and Removal Operations. They handle the immigration and detention side of...
Next he's going to be like, oh, there's no such thing as a DHS agent. It's like, dude, holy shit, really?
Our agency. And then ICE is also made up of HSI, which is Homeland Security Investigations.
So which department exactly are you employed by?
I'm Homeland Security Investigations.
And what sort of work do you guys do?
I mentioned we have a really broad scope of federal statutes that we investigate. We are the investigative arm under DHS. ERO is responsible for enforcement and removal. They work a lot with other countries when red notices are issued and fugitives need to be found who don't have status, things like that.
HSI has handled a lot of...
Chortley! Sup, Joe?
Very famous cases in the last couple of years. The Sean Combs case, that was pretty famous. HSI has also been involved in the El Chapo and currently the President Maduro case out of Venezuela.
What was internal dialogue like at HSI after the release of the redacted Epstein files?
By the way, HSI has just basically been completely remodeled. Even referring to things that HSI has done as HSI just period is just bullshit. And this guy is obfuscating like a motherfucker. And I think that's the clip of the guy that was obfuscating before as well.
Law enforcement officers, we want to believe that the people who were investigating those looked at that stuff and did what they could. If I don't believe that, I don't...
Okay, I have to keep it at... Fuck. I wish he would like... I wish I could keep track of who is HSI and who is ERO. Is he talking to anyone who's ERO?
Back to Epstein files.
As law enforcement officers...
That guy... Fuck, I don't remember.
We want to believe that the people who were investigating those looked at that stuff and did what they could. If I don't believe that, I don't know what to do.
Isn't FEMA under DHS too? Well, DHS is a huge, like, umbrella. Like, there's... You should go... There's a lot of surprising shit that's under DHS.
Must be a weird feeling. You're working for the government, then you see the government release these files that they had been gatekeeping for years, which seem to implicate a lot of connected, powerful people to pedophilia, which is the exact thing that you were fighting against, among other things. Did you feel betrayed?
What the fuck kind of question is this? You're gonna ask these questions as if his job has completely transformed into being a fucking part of the fucking SS.
A little bit. I'm not surprised. It's not the first time I've heard that people in Hollywood or the music industry are like...
Sorry?
That thing that you were fighting against, among other things. Did you feel betrayed?
A little bit. I'm not surprised. It's not the first time I've heard that people in Hollywood or the music industry are like kids. The eating kids thing, that was bad. I wanted to throw up at that one. Yeah, I feel betrayed. I feel like, why are we Why are we holding on to this? Why are we gatekeeping this?
As I mentioned, these interviews were
You shut the fuck up.
only possible because of my boy Carl. You guys want to meet Carl? I have fantastic news. Here he is.
My name's Carl. I'm an investigative journalist. I've been labeled the Ice Whisperer by Wired. I didn't give myself that name.
Oh, is this the guy that that applied just to see what the process was like? Is this that guy?
I've been labeled the Ice Whisperer
No, I think this is a different guy.
by Wired. I didn't give myself that name, but I've been interviewing ICE agents for the past 2 months straight.
How did you establish such close contact with ICE agents?
I don't think I do anything special other than offer a voice of neutrality, but more importantly, like I'll listen. My questions are to keep them talking. That's my whole goal. I don't hit them with any gotcha stuff or try to prove a point. And I've received a lot of hate for it, a tremendous
Because you're not smart enough to do that. Just say that.
amount of hate for just interviewing them in the first place.
What do people say?
Like you shouldn't be platforming people, which I think is total fucking bullshit. A lot of heat for like,
How the fuck would you know? How the fuck would you know? The reason why you're taking a neutral stance is because you don't actually have valuable opinions of your own. You don't ever take neutral stances, by the way. Like, if you are being soft, you're being soft for a reason. Because you want acceptance, because you want views, because it's always for a reason. It's not actually being neutral. And there's nothing moral about it either. So I hate it when people talk about giving people a platform to say their voice so that we have more perspective. Like it's some moral thing. Fuck you. It's not moral, you fucking dumb motherfucker. Blowing smoke up my ass, dude.
dox these people. You need to dox these agents. These people are monsters.
I was just singing a song.
But also beyond that, a lot of support. So I get messages from people who are like, I fucking hate ICE. I'm the most anti-ICE person, but like these interviews are eye-opening.
What is the security risk for the agents who are participating in this piece?
I mean, the security risk is if they talk to the media, they can get fired, basically. That's it. There's also a risk for us.
Why?
Keeping the identities anonymous doesn't only protect them, it protects us as well. So if there's some crazy group that's like, give me their info, we don't know their info.
I hope every one of those lawless you call ICE officers get doxxed one by one and they get the public shaming they deserve.
Dude, that's so soft when you think about it. Doxed sounds like such an aggressive thing. Doxing. Oh, you got doxed. We used to have telephone books. Like we used to have yellow pages. Like you used to be able to just... Everyone had a big dox book. Everyone just doxed each other all the time. Doxing an ICE agent is like the softest fucking shit that you could do. But the way that people talk about it is like it's basically like a conspiracy to get someone murdered or some shit like that. It's so funny. It's so funny. Oh, muted.
By one, and they get the public shaming they deserve.
I do all my...
Yeah, they should. Yeah. They should be shamed. Yeah. No, like everything that you can do to create dysfunction until the entire agency just fucking falls apart. Yeah, dude. Yeah. Like they're not people, dude. They're not people. We're talking about Stop trying to fucking humanize these people that have been so institutionally fucking these people have been turned into gears of a machine that they don't know what it is, and people are like, oh, but these gears have feelings. I don't give a fuck. What? The innocent people that they're trying, those are people. They're going around fucking terrorizing people. Those are people.
Use through an encrypted texting app called Signal, which hopefully you guys can put up my info. Keep messaging me.
It's going to be on.
How much you want to bet he changed his username?
Messaging me.
It's going to be on screen.
That's an end-to-end encrypted app From that app, the interviews move to another app that's also end-to-end encrypted, but it is not a US-based company.
Don't tell me it's telemessage.
So there is no way a US warrant or subpoena could ever get into that chat. So
Matrix numbers? What was he referring to?
a US-based company. So there is no way a US warrant or subpoena could ever get into that chat. So that's my double layer of security, just how I make contact and how I make interviews.
What can you tell us about our first interviewee?
So our first interviewee is an
I'm sorry. Did he intend to have this? I'm just realizing that there's a blurry thing here. Did he accidentally post a video where he unblurred his face because he didn't know how to?
What can you tell us about our first interviewee?
I'm just realizing I'm not supposed to know what he looks like.
So our first interviewee is an HSI agent.
Gangs, drugs, firearms, human trafficking, human smuggling.
He just doxed him.
Intellectual property rights.
Oh, fuck.
On the movies.
He basically murdered him.
Before, when we watched VHS, like, don't copy this, that type of stuff. Or it's an antiquities theft, you know, repatriating stolen artwork.
Oh my God.
Or it's an antiquities theft, you know, repatriating.
Oh my God.
When artwork from grave robbers or, you know, back to their home country, there's such a large scope of things that we can investigate under HSI.
Could.
Second one is also HSI. This interview is kind of sensitive, but this agent also combats child trafficking, amongst other things, in a more hands-on manner.
We are
on paper, I'm sure.
Not deportation officers who go out and grab people, round them up, and then deport them. That is not our primary function. That is not what we do. Since January, February of last year, that is what our agency has been pushing us to do. That has put a halt to our criminal investigations.
And you're going to conduct that second interview because you have a pretty good rapport with this person.
Yes, I've been building a relationship with all these agents.
Cute. Is he covering his shirt now? What is this?
For like a very long time now.
Oh my God. Oh, we're not supposed to know. He threw his face on there and then he gave his signal.
I've been building a relationship with all these agents for like a very long time now. I put hundreds and hundreds of hours into just building and keeping this trust.
You're down to wear a brown suit, right?
Whatever I need to do, man.
You need aesthetic consistency.
Whatever I need to do.
I have an extra tie for you too.
Do you think that HSI and ERO should be...
Wait. Is that blur just like left over from... Because he... Okay. I think something else, something stupider happened.
Rated?
Yes. At one point,
Yeah, it's just been there. It's like it's in all of them.
there was a huge push to separate ERO and HSI. At one point, ERO was called DRO, which was Detention and Removal Operations, and HSI was called OI, which is Office of Investigations. That split up to what we know now as ERO and HSI. A lot of managers and a lot of people in Washington, D.C. were pushing to have those two agencies completely separate. And there was great momentum in doing that. And then all of a sudden, that all fell apart when we, as HSI, were merged once again with ERO to go pick up illegal immigrants who were working as landscapers or working at restaurants.
That arrest went viral on social media. It shows the 48-year-old pinned to the ground and punched before being taken into custody. Authorities say Barranco assaulted federal agents with a weed whacker, but no such charge was ever filed.
So you feel like operation...
What?
That arrest went viral on social media. It shows the 48-year-old pinned to the ground and punched before being taken into custody. Authorities say Barranco assaulted federal agents with a weed whacker, but no such charge was ever filed.
So you feel like Operation Metro Surge was bad optics?
definitely bad optics. It's not new that sanctuary cities and sanctuary states have a different type of crime problem. That's not new information.
Oh my God.
We learn how to work in those areas, and we have systems in place with our partner agencies to make things happen. And I think that Metro Surge probably single-handedly destroyed a lot of those relationships in these sanctuary cities and states, and have set us up for probably another decade of trying to rebuild that relationship.
What are some major mistakes that you think were made?
Maybe going too hard, too fast. There are problems that need to be solved, but you just can't come in.
Too hard, too fast on what? On what? Wait a minute. That doesn't make any sense. Too hard, too fast on what? Going after innocent people? Because that's the thing that happened. That was the intent. That was the whole that was the whole thing that he campaigned on.
Like a wrecking ball and change everything in a heartbeat. There has to be some consensus among leadership and some consideration of the front line, the ones who are doing the work.
How did you feel about the killing of Renee Good?
Made me sick. I know that you guys have heard it before, that we sometimes feel like they're waiting for one of us to be shot and killed. As an example, again, another person who didn't deserve to die.
So you feel like the agents that were involved in that situation did the wrong thing?
We are held to some case law that makes determinations about when uses of force are right or wrong or objectively reasonable. While I am not in a place to make that determination for each of the agents involved, it definitely feels wrong to me.
How did incidents like that impact morale within ICE?
There's some division amongst law enforcement in general as well with those. You know, everybody has their opinions. That was right, it was wrong, he should have done this, he should have done that. We're human, you know, we have...
I hate that shit. Stop, dude. Stop it. Stop. We're human. Sometimes we're wrong about people. Sometimes, you know, we go around and we round up entire ethnic groups and we, you know, we create a genocidal campaign just because of memes that we saw on Twitter. And sometimes that happens. And sometimes we laugh at videos of puppy dogs. Bro, what the fuck?
Divisions amongst all of us. And I think both of those came at a time where we were already in such a low morale situation. There is some compassion amongst all of us.
Wicked impression. Yeah.
You know, we're all in a position where we were working 6-7 days a week, 12-hour shifts, didn't really have a say in how much we're working. And even people who are not law enforcement can understand that when you're being driven that hard, decision-making gets worse, emotions get heightened, things like that. So I think it just kind of illustrated and exacerbated the state we were already in.
You mentioned a couple different times the political goals of the Trump administration in deploying all of these federal agents and employees to Minneapolis at the same time. Why do you think the Trump administration did that in particular?
They weren't secretive in their platforms before election.
The Republican platform promises to launch the largest deportation operation in the history of our country.
When they were on the circuit, you know, he was very clear. So I think, you know, when people come in under asylum or trying to get asylum hearings, they're waiting 7 years for a hearing.
So you feel like increasing the amount of judges in the immigration courts
would be great.
Expediting the asylum seeking process would have been a way to avoid the situation.
Yeah, I think those would be great plans.
Oh my, dude, the cognitive dissonance is fucking pathetic.
I think our administration is just not thinking through the best way to tackle the problem and is just throwing resources in particular places and making a fool of us.
You're a fool. You're a fool. What the fuck? You are a fool. What the fuck? All of this shit is going on. Every single thing that you just listed. Every single thing. All of that is happening. And then you say that you're gonna stick around with your job and keep doing it. What you're critical, you're a critical Nazi. He's a Nazi, but he also has opinions.
You feel like a lot of the showmanship of Operation Metro Surge was what caused public trust to be lost.
Yeah. And I mean, Border Patrol is at the front of that. I don't think it turned out well.
So you don't like Bovino?
I mean, he's a figurehead. I don't know him, but no. Just the way Border Patrol is operating is vigilante-ish. It feels lawless. It feels aggressive. It feels unnecessary.
So you feel like the CBP Border Patrol guys who basically got deputized as
The Border Patrol guys are fucking crazy, by the way. Border Patrol guys are fucking insane. I've had a fucking Border Patrol guy aim a one of those like canister launchers like at my chest. Multiple times. That's happened twice now, 2 different days.
ICE agents in Minneapolis were way out of line.
Yeah.
The fact that
And every time that they were shooting the canisters and like concussive grenades and shit at us, they were just aiming for fucking heads the entire time.
a lot of CBP Border Patrol agents are like working these borderlands where they're having to sort of like do snatch and grabs of people that have immediately hopped the border. Do you think that played a factor in how they behaved on the streets of Minneapolis?
Yes, it affects Minneapolis in the optics because they're operating as if anyone who looks like they may have crossed the border or didn't come from here is here illegally, because that's what they're used to. Like in Los Angeles, where they're just nabbing people off the street, you know, trying to clean up a Home Depot parking lot for all the people waiting for work. I mean, why do that? Those aren't the people we want. They just assume that everyone who's not white came across the border at some point in time. And they're coming from an area where everybody coming across the border was coming across illegally. So I don't know that they're properly educated on the laws. I don't know that they're properly guided by their leadership on how to handle encounters with people. Like, what is a consensual encounter?
And dude, even the behavior that's on the border is not justified. And the fact that like you could hand wave that away is insane to me too.
What is not? Yeah, I mean, they treated it like the border, and it's not the case. You can't just see somebody walking on the street and assume that because they're in a Hispanic neighborhood that they are here illegally.
According to our third ICE whistleblower source, this kind of racism is also endemic within HSI itself, not just among Border Patrol agents being deputized to Minneapolis, LA, and elsewhere.
I know when I first got into ICE, my supervisor had like let me know like, hey, we've had guys get grabbed by other officers, be it like local police or other ICE officers, just assuming they're a detainee based on how they look like. So he's like, stick close to me if you ever go like deep south or any of those weird facilities.
So you're Hispanic and Native American. Can you tell us a little bit about the racism that you did face?
Holy shit.
So the discrimination kind of came when I was visiting Charlotte office, which wasn't my home office. I was the sole officer that people were kind of like focusing in on with making jokes or just making out random comments. Like I had one recruit come up to me and be like, hey, I bet I could take you in jiu-jitsu out of random. And I just had another white officer point directly at me like, hey, get his brown ass in line with the other detainees. I literally turned and looked at him, and I literally just like lift up my hoodie to show my credentials, my ID, like, hey, I'm not a detainee. And that's where it kind of dawned on me, like, oh, these guys kind of have something against individuals of colors, or at least a few.
Yeah?
Staff members do.
Despite keeping quiet about these incidents on an HR level,
he's like, wait, these guys are racist? How do you accidentally fucking join the SS? How do you do that? How do you accidentally join the SS?
this officer was fired very shortly after for apparently making an anti-Semitic comment that he says he never made to a different officer during an ERO operation.
Like I said, I wasn't even pulled aside by anybody. I wasn't asked a question. I wasn't told like, hey, this person claimed you said this. It was just like, one day they just pulled me aside. They're just like, hey, you're being fired for officer misconduct. And they hand me that letter, no names on it, just like a vague quote.
Yeah, what did that quote say?
Something to the effect of, I knew my girl was the one when she said she hated Jews in Israel.
The termination letter quotes, I knew my girl was the one when she said she hated Jews in Israel.
Yeah.
So you never sent anything remotely?
No, that was a different officer that said that. In that moment during the transportation operation, it was out of pocket because
That's so fucking crazy. He joins the SS and he finds out that they're racist. He finds out that they're racist. This alone is fucking crazy. And then he doesn't get due process. And he's like, what the fuck? They're racist and you don't get due process? What?
in a van. Just everyone was talking. I wasn't talking. I was just quiet. I was sitting in the middle. But nobody had said anything when the guy blurted out. So everyone just kept it pushing to get the objective done.
Despite this, he was reported shortly after and immediately fired.
Did anything happen to them?
I have no idea if that recruit was
Zoo, thank you for the $2. I appreciate you. Thank you for that.
fired or nothing was told of me, like of any of the other officers facing disciplinary or even my side being asked like, hey, do you hear any other officer engage in misconduct? No rights were read. They didn't ask me about my side of events. They're just like, you're being terminated for misconduct.
Are
That they're not really in the habit of due process.
Are you pursuing any sort of legal action?
I'm pursuing right now an EEO claim, which sadly, as a legal matter, can take at best a year, sometimes longer, because the government contracts out to investigate that. And I do have a lawyer on standby, and lawyers just like wait for their ROI results before you pursue this fully in court because it costs money. So that's where I'm at right now.
Most people don't know that Border Patrol is over 50% Hispanic, and ICE is roughly 30% Hispanic, and nearly half of ICE is non-white. Why do you think so many Hispanic people decide to take jobs in immigration enforcement?
I think it has a lot to do with the communities growing up on the borders and seeing the issues. And then for the few people that weren't on the borders, they kind of have families that are down in Mexico and they're affected by crimes regarding the cartel. So a lot of people typically from those communities join law enforcement with noble intentions of like, I want my community to be better. I don't want to just say it. I want to be a part of that change. So when you have these young people from these communities coming to these agencies, they're trying to change it for the better.
What do you think like they see in these communities that have them?
Was he suing for? Does he want his job back? Well, I think he wants money.
Enlist or join.
In those communities, you see a lot of cartel come through the border. Like there's a lot of cartel and narco terrorists that are in the United States that operate within it.
Beans. Thank you for the 40 months. 41 months. Thank you. I'm sorry that the TTS is not hooked up, but I really, really do appreciate the support.
And they see people get kidnapped from the community. They see people get murdered. They have family members that they're aware that get murdered, harassed, or overseas by cartel members. So because of them being either directly affected by it or just seeing it, they're like, I want to protect people and go after these very, very bad men that think they could get away with it.
Auto skip.
Anyways, back to Trump's motivations for his initial raids in Los Angeles, which came a few months before Minneapolis metro surge.
You feel like it was cruel?
Definitely.
What motivated some of that cruelty?
Oh, it felt petty and personal between Trump and Newsom.
On the other hand, what do you think Trump's gripe was with Minneapolis and Minnesota's connected to the riots?
Nick Shirley definitely made a fool out of him, or out of law enforcement in general, by highlighting all that fraud. And
Trump's gripe was with Minneapolis and Minnesota's connected
and Newsom.
On the other hand, what do you think Trump's gripe was with Minneapolis and Minnesota's connected to the riots?
Nick Shirley definitely made a fool out of him, or out of law enforcement in general, by highlighting all that fraud. And
yeah, thank you for the 39 months.
And he just saw probably Tim Walz, his opponent, another petty nonsense, and look at this mess you're in. I'm going to come clean it up for you. It feels very petty. I don't see righteous motives.
Do you think it was public pressure from the protesters and the media that led to Metro Surge ending?
Probably. I would think that some leaders felt that pressure and got the top to agree to dial it back.
We've had great success with this operation, and we're leaving Minnesota safer.
So in a way, the protest aims were somewhat effective.
I don't generally feel like protests do that much, but I think the visibility of all of it.
You can tell that these guys are like internet, like these guys are suffering from internet brain rot. Like you can tell. Sorry, my dog's barking. I'm gonna let my dog inside and then grab a drink of water. I'll be back in like 60 seconds, okay? Be right back.
Mute? No, Chodole, Manila. I'm screaming inside like a trapped frog in a gray hoodie. The words are here, but the timing, it feels like the feds are listening. I have to do something, but what? Ha 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 ha, not mute, just haunted. Ice beans, Manila. I can't say it's good, but I gotta keep my hood up. The feds might be watching, but I have to stay strong for Jordy and becoming. The world's spinning mad, and I'm here just holding on to what love I got left. What's up with you, Manila? Hi, my WanDX, my Nilla. I feel like the weight of the world is crushing me, but your hello, it's a light in the void. I must hold on. Ha ha ha. Ah, Chrysalis 567, my Nilla. I am here, the pink peepo in the gray hoodie, Botkin buoy. Indeed, the feds might be watching, but I must speak. Ha 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 ha. Oh, John Doe 6225, the weight of imitating Nick Shirley. I tremble, yet I must. His voice, a tempest of chaos and serenity. How do I capture that? My Nilla, brace yourself, for this might be the last act of my fleeting existence. Ha 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 ha. Ah, Glitchin 1233, my Nilla. The feds must have planted that question in your brain. I swear, I'm just surviving the toxic bullshit of this world, not feasting on literal shit. But sometimes it feels like it, huh? Ha 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 ha. Huh? John Casey 9544, my Nilla, you want me to say that ridiculous ass sound? I have to do something for the honor of the pink peepos. Here goes. The feds better not be listening, or I'm fucked.
Okay.
Really helped move things along.
One of the biggest things they need to take in mind is that immigration and the immigration politics are very nuanced. It's not black and white, and people need to find kind of a middle ground, because you have to have a key focus of safety for the community and how you let people in and out of this country. But you also can't let standards slip to where you start seeing these instances of officers using too much force, not understanding legal.
I'm sorry, what do you say?
One of the biggest things they need to take in mind is that immigration and the immigration politics are very nuanced. It's not black and white, and people...
The entire function of ICE is to operate as though it is black and white. Like, that's why you join.
To find kind of a middle ground, because you have to have...
A middle ground between Nazis and a functioning legal processing system.
A key focus of safety for the community and how you let people in and out of this country. But you also can't let standards slip to where you start seeing these instances of officers using too much force, not understanding legal protocol.
Was Renee Good a criminal? No. Was she acting like a bitch? Yeah. Was she blocking the street, antagonizing cops, chasing them, preventing them from doing their job? Sure. Should she have gone to jail? Sure.
Jail for what?
Should she have been whipped out of that car and probably beat the fuck out of? Sure. But
really? Oh, is Andrew gonna say anything about this?
There's so...
Is he gonna keep it neutral?
So many different ways to skin that cat, and she could have been dealt with a lot differently. And everyone in that conga line of vehicles that were actively hindering the job of ICE that day, they could have been dealt with a lot different. And that comes down to experience. That comes down to training.
Experience and training would have led to the correct thing happening, which is beating the fuck out of her? Really?
And that comes down to leadership. And there was no leadership. In the Renee Good shooting, you had an officer who found himself in the same exact...
These guys are fucking... These guys are raised on Call of Duty, dude. Their fucking application is just... their kill death ratio on Call of Duty.
Situation, same exact predicament, and was not only hit, but dragged by a vehicle. And now in the Renee Good shooting, he's found himself in the same exact position.
So if that officer was just hit and dragged by a car, you know, went through this traumatic event, why was he out there in Minneapolis in the most heated part of the country?
Because the agency needed numbers and was sending everyone. He should not have been out on the street. He should have been doing something else.
Yep, you heard that right. The officer who killed Renee Good was in the exact same situation a year prior, making a routine traffic stop, after which he was dragged by a car and ended up in the hospital. He was then put back on the street to fill a quota, and it cost an American citizen their life. For our interviewees, this sort of thing doesn't only erode...
I'm sorry, what is the... So are we going to say that he has trauma now? That's why he killed her? Because of trauma?
Public trust. It threatens the future funding for HSI, which they all joined to combat human and or child trafficking in one way or another.
Growing up, I got to see like people be impacted by human trafficking and like the destruction it does to their lives, how long it takes to get back to normal.
I think people don't realize what the dark underbelly is until they see it, and then they're, holy shit. right?
Well, for those unaware, how big is the child exploitation industry?
There are thousands of cyber tips reported to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, thousands a month. It may be something as simple as someone sharing child pornography. It may be something like they're chatting with someone who might be a minor, or it might be so big that law enforcement needs to act immediately.
Wait, so you just gave a really, really big number and then you immediately said that a lot of it is probably nothing?
Before COVID, before everybody got sent home to do everything online, it wasn't so significant. It doesn't mean that the crime wasn't as prevalent.
And also, are we conflating this with immigration? So like if we're talking about the dark underbelly of ICE and we're talking about child exploitation, but we're talking about the prior functions of HSI. HSI has been totally like restructured, right? To function as for what ICE is doing now.
It just
in all of that, it's been restructured. Like all of that shit that he's talking about here, they don't do that anymore. They don't do that anymore. They just go after innocent brown people.
Changed dramatically to this online platform during COVID. People don't realize that every time a child is on a digital device unmonitored, they're going to be contacted by someone with nefarious intent.
I'm pretty sure sometimes homies just playing Minecraft. That is every single. I'm starting to feel a little bit of projection.
And hopefully we've had those conversations with our children and they know how to handle stranger danger online. And then there's, the aspect of people known to us. The majority of kidnappings, child, hands-on offenses are adults known to them.
When talking to agents, their emphasis on the sheer scale of the booming child exploitation industry is constant, and it's due to this that so many of them have become disillusioned with the Trump administration. As I mentioned in the intro of this piece, a recent lawsuit revealed that Trump diverting HSI manpower over to ERO deportation work has resulted in 33% fewer hours being spent by ICE on child exploitation cases. Additionally, indictments have dropped by 28%, child rescues have dropped by 17%, and the DOJ recently slashed funding and training resources for law enforcement working on investigations and prosecutions of sex crimes against children.
What's morale like in HSI?
We feel somewhat defeated, disappointed, frustrated, like our time is being wasted. For most of my career, immigration enforcement was a tool that could be used to remove people involved in criminal activity where there wasn't another way to get them. It was a tool, a resource, something.
Which also still wasn't really the case.
Could be used. It wasn't the focus of the investigation. The focus of the investigation was criminal charges, federal crimes, jail time, saving victims, and now 2025 and forward, it is the mission. The mission is wrapping up as many people as possible for immigration violations.
Was HSI involved in the prosecution of a group known as 764?
We do have some investigations in that.
And for those who don't know, that was a Discord server of child porn consumers and creators. And it was really a sextortion ring led by actually high schoolers. The leader of it has a life sentence now, but I think he was 15 or 16 when it started. Basically, they'd use Roblox, like you said, to get someone involved in this extortion ring and process. And then they would encourage them to self-harm, sometimes even commit suicide, eat their own hair, kill their own cats, and then produce child porn of their own to feed back to the same people who extorted them in the first place. So it's just about the darkest thing I've ever heard or read about in my entire life. So I was
okay, well now they go after brown people. So
wondering, in this job, have you seen things that you've had a hard time coping with?
Absolutely. Secondhand PTSD.
I don't give a fuck about his PTSD. Why aren't you asking him why he's still working with them? Why don't you ask him, if you're saying that this is the case and this is the direction that it's going, why are you still there?
is legit. I have a particular case, a particular video that lives rent free in my head that at times, will be triggered. I'm just like emotionally unable to continue whatever task it is that I'm doing.
When you said the video that bothered you, was it a child pornography video?
Yes, a child pornography case, child video.
It's one thing
that explains the projection.
To just like investigate the criminals, but you're actually having to sift through probably hours of this content. Cumulatively, how much child sex abuse material do you think you've had to ingest?
I personally would say I've seen millions. There are resources available to us as investigators, mental health support, things like that, but it is woefully insufficient for the damage that this job does.
Jared Fogle.
Oh, that's why he's still around.
The spokesperson for Subway is set to be released this year. He was convicted on possessing and distributing child pornography. He was very famous. He was an influential person, and now he's going to be released. The chances of him going back to viewing and distributing images of child exploitation are pretty high. The recidivism rate for these child predators and the people who consume this type of material is pretty high, and we always see them again.
Do you think that people like that can be rehabilitated?
No. I don't. The best they can hope for is to be controlled.
Are there any particular multiplayer video games or social media platforms that predators prefer to use?
If it's there, they will use it. Obviously, the less monitoring that there is, the more they'll use it. Roblox being a huge one, Discord, Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, all of those social medias are a risky place. And then they often will try to divert conversations to an encrypted platform like Signal, Kik, WhatsApp, things like that. So if you're seeing those things on a child's phone, it's a red flag immediately.
And what is the usual process of approach?
It depends. If it's, say, a teenage male.
Why are we... Like, you realize that he told you that the function of his job is different. Why are we waxing so long on this?
They will often create profiles that appear to be a cute female, high school age, strike up a relationship, prey on their raging teenage hormones, and get them to send something that's inappropriate. And maybe the intent is just for sextortion. They're just trying to get money and not necessarily child porn. But then you have the ones coming after the females who are going to speak to their need for validation, tell them that they're beautiful.
I don't like the way this guy's talking about this.
Or start a relationship that way. But with all offenders, grooming is what happens. It's the same. So whatever it is that the child responds to and considers their currency, that's what they're going to use. So in Roblox,
like the problem with diverting the conversation like this so much is that the function of AHSI is totally different. What's up? Sorry. So the problem that you get is that the nuances here, like they've been sort of mentioned, but there hasn't been a line drawn between these of like the tasks being diverted towards the deporting people. There used to be all of these other resources going into criminal activity that has to do with child sex trafficking and stuff like that. And then all of that gets diverted into just going after brown people. And not only that, but also the justification that the ICE agents have been giving is the fact that they are actually doing the thing that they're explicitly not able to do anymore. And the numbers of the amount of people that they've been kidnapping that have like no criminal record whatsoever. And not that even a criminal record, like, fuck, they shouldn't exist at all. But when you start talking about all this shit, it's blurry here for a lot of people about like the distinction and whether or not this is people are getting diverted because there's an actual what's the word that I'm looking for? Disproportionate. The assumption would be by the average person that's like in the back of their head that there must be some level of like disproportionate child sex trafficking that's happening because of the immigrant community, and it's not true, right? But that hasn't been clarified whatsoever. And also the questions about why are you still here, like that, or any other question that would divert that sort of like dissonant understanding is just not actually being confronted. And now we're just talking about how much trauma this guy has from watching child porn.
Offering Robux.
And you mentioned the process of sextortion. Could you explain what that means, how it works?
Sextortion is the act of soliciting sexual images for the purpose of then threatening to release them if they don't pay. So just like any kind of extortion, give me your lunch money or I'll beat you up. They get them to send an image or video or live.
This is about 34 minutes into a 44-minute long video.
Live stream or something, and they record it, and then they threaten to send it to their families, their friends, news outlets, law enforcement.
The era that we're in with new technology, with AI, with 100 different new applications coming out on your devices every single day makes it extremely difficult for us to combat these predators. I believe child exploitation investigations are underfunded. If we were to see an increase in funding nationwide for these types of cases, you would see a significant decrease in the amount of CSAM going around, and you would see a significant increase in...
Okay. The Trump administration diverted the funds and the manpower for doing this specific thing, for going after child sexual exploitation, right? And put that into going after brown people. He diverted money and resources and manpower away from investigating child sexual exploitation. And you're still doing the job? Like that alone, like that, it's all surrounded by other way worse shit that is going on with the Trump administration. That alone is enough reason to fucking I can't even finish the sentence, to do things that I can't say that you know, on stream. Like, that scandal alone is insane. The amount of cognitive dissonance that you have to have for people to not only continue to be MAGA or whatever, but to work. If you worked in HSI before this and now you work in HSI, why the fuck are you still around? Like, you should understand that this is some Nazi shit. You should understand that this is some fascist shit. You should understand that, like, the entire thing has nothing to do with making anyone, it's explicitly has everything to do with making people's lives worse. I don't, it blows my mind, dude. It blows my mind. He's, fuck. Why is Andrew not asking?
People being arrested, prosecuted, and jailed because they're conducting these types of crimes.
Can you explain what CSAM is for anyone who doesn't know, and why trying to combat that versus...
At least Trump is not letting illegals invade our country and ending our stage on the global oil market. Are you for real? Wait, you're a pedophile? You're coming out as a pedophile right now? Are you for real coming out as a pedophile? Are you for real coming in chat publicly with your account? Which, by the way, if you think that is private, dog, you're on YouTube. You're not private. Your identity is explicitly attached to that dude, by the way. And you're coming out and you're saying that you're a pedophile. You're coming to the defense of somebody who has basically, like, completely removed the ability to go after child sexual exploitation. The guy who also raped kids. You're saying that that's justified because they get to terrorize brown people? You ever think for a sec? No, sorry. That's not fair. You don't. Has anyone ever told you that your brain is fucking cooked? You should give up? The point that you're at right now, at this point in history, looking at everything that's in front of you, okay, you're cooked. You're cooked, dude. That's insane, dog. It's insane. There's like a historical level of like mental illness that's happening with the with the MAGA people. The idea that you can have people that are like largely brainwashed by GPT bots on the internet and insular little like online communities of people that are mostly GPT bots to come to the defense of like the lowest IQ president that we've ever had, that is a pedophile. And basically everything, single thing that he does is about putting money into the pockets of people that, you know, own everything, specifically the pedophile ones. And then, you know, divert resources from going after pedophiles and then put it into people that are just largely, almost every single one of them, completely innocent on like a legal level. And then say that that's fine. Like, you're a pedophile. The only way... Prove me wrong. The only way that you can come up with any sort of justification or any desire to come up with a justification is if you are a pedophile and you are happy that you're able to get away with being a pedophile, because that's the only thing that is actually in your favor, because you're not getting paid more money. You're not it is not about you know, your family, your future, your resources, your income. No, the only people actually benefiting are pedophiles. That's insane, dog. You're cooked. Give up. Give up.
Narcotics is such a different game.
CSAM is child sexual abuse material. Combating CSAM as opposed to combating the narco trafficking is very sensitive. The United States is widely known as the major consumer.
I'm better off with an economy with more native-born labor and lower taxes. You think an economy is better off with less people? You think an economy is better off with less people? I don't even like the economic, but you think that the GDP will go up if we have less people. Less workers equals GDP go up. Okay. And lower taxes. Okay. I'm guessing you don't know what a tariff is, but by the way, the taxes are being diverted into something that doesn't have to be approved by Congress. Okay. And so you think that increasing the cost of goods and having less people is good for the economy. Less people. And more expensive commodities. Less labor, more expensive commodities. You think that's good for the economy. Why? Less people competing for labor means that higher wages by definition. Where do wages come from? Where do wages come from? What do you think work is? When somebody is working, what are they doing? Like, what is the point of having workers? What the fuck? Tariffs aren't a good idea. Wow, that's really funny that you took that position and you don't even know why. That's really, really funny that you took the position that tariffs aren't a good idea and you don't know why. And you also said that in the same breath after saying lower taxes. Lower taxes means cheaper commodities because that frees up capital. What? Any taxes? Not specific kinds of taxes? Not progressive, regressive taxes? Like, just lower taxes. Frees up capital. It frees up capital. So when capitalists are in a better position, you think that that makes workers, that puts workers in a better position. So the more bargaining power that the capitalist has means higher wages. Why would there be higher wages with more bargaining power with the capitalist? I know tariffs aren't a good idea because most... economists are against them. Why are they against them? Do you know? Do you understand that? You do understand why they're against them, right? No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That's patronizing. You don't. Comparative advantage. All right, dude. It's really, really embarrassing right now for you. Is really, really embarrassing. Do you think that this is an opportunity of like restorative reform? This person clearly doesn't have good influences around. No, this person went out of their way to try and get attention in a online chat to come to the defense of Trump right after hearing about how Trump defunded and moved resources away from child sexual exploitation into going after brown people. And then he said, well, at least they're going after brown people. No, there's no restorative reform, especially not on the internet, by the way. Like, this person is cooked by the internet. There's nothing that can happen. The moment that this guy gets too uncomfortable, he's going to be fucking gone, and he's going to find somewhere else that is going to actually feed his ego and his desire. He's basically just a fucking, like, a single cell organism, you know? So I just want you to understand how cooked you are. You have the richest people in the world. The richest people in the world have given you a diet of online resentment and clickbait articles. You believed them. And then they move resources away from going after pedophiles and stopping child sexual exploitation. They put it into going after brown people. And by the way, we know that it's brown people, not fucking violent criminals and stuff like that, because we have the data that they use. We have ICE data, and ICE data doesn't justify any of the, really, like, any of the deportations that they've been doing. Court's been saying that 90% of them, and that's a low ball, have been completely illegal. The people that they told you that they're going after, not the people that they're going after. I don't know why you're coping about it. And you are still bouncing up and down on the idea that you were going to make more money because taxes will be lowered, but you can't even explain what a tariff is. You've been destroyed cognitively. There's literally no hope for you. There's no way out. I just hope that, like, this pops up in your head later on, like multiple times in the future, just so you can feel bad about it. I don't think that there's a way out for you. I don't think you're going to learn from anything that I'm saying. I don't think I'm going to snap you into, you know, into understanding any of this or actually deciding to Google some of it so that you aren't as embarrassed in the future. I don't think any of that's going to happen. I just want you to feel bad because you should. Wow.
Of narcotics and illicit substances, and we lose hundreds of thousands of U.S. citizens a year to narcotic overdoses. One of the big ones that we're trying to combat now is fentanyl. On the flip side, CSAM, the child sexual abuse material, these are little kids. They're not voluntarily...
Hey, you know who brings fentanyl into the country? U.S. citizens.
Having sex with adults. They're not voluntarily taking off their clothes. And
dude, okay, this guy is... I don't like the amount of detail that this guy keeps accidentally falling into. I'm not, nope, I'm glad I'm skipping forward. He just keeps going. Oh, holy shit, he just keeps going. I'm not gonna... Oh my god, he just keeps going! Oh my god, dude.
The main consumers are going to be United States citizens. They travel to countries that are...
Dude. Does he get... do they talk about fucking immigration after this? Oh, here's where you fucking ask him about it. Holy shit.
You know, non-violent criminals that you... It could be immigration.
Amongst their community. sex tourism all across the globe. The main consumers are going to be United States citizens. They travel to countries that are usually poor because the American dollar goes a long way. These sex tourists can buy underage kids to fuck them, and they produce child pornography, and then they distribute it amongst themselves and amongst their community.
So to go full circle back to immigration, now we can see how devastating it could be if an HSI agent was pulled off one of these cases that you just explained to go deport a non-violent criminal.
Do you have any colleagues who've quit?
Holy shit.
Yes. I have colleagues who have changed agencies. I have colleagues who've quit altogether.
Have you considered quitting?
I have.
I stay here in this job and keep doing my job because someone has to do it.
We finally get to the question. He didn't even pose the question, by the way. He just said it. Because somebody has to do it. He knows that they're going after innocent people. He knows that it's racially motivated. He knows that they're literally just, what did he say? Wrapping people up because the administration wants them to. He knows all of these things. And he knows that all of the functions that have to do with going after child sexual exploitation has basically almost entirely been diverted into just going after brown people. He knows that. And he's saying that somebody has to do it. Also, you're describing wealthy people in essentialist terms as if they're categorically bad. What? When did I do that? When did I do that? If you're a wealthy person, and you're my audience, I appreciate you so much. I hope you didn't think that I'm bigoted against you. The link for Streamlabs is the best place to donate because it goes directly into my account. I don't have to wait for it. If you have a couple bucks and you're a wealthy person, consider supporting your favorite streamer, or one of your favorite streamers. I don't have to be the favorite. You're describing wealthy people in essentialist terms. I said the richest people in history. That's very specific. That's not essential. That's literally what they are. The wealthiest people in history. I recommend reading Popper. Dog, you have not read Popper. We taught us that essentialism leads to totalitarianism. Dog, you just celebrated the fact that the Trump administration is going after random brown people. You just said that the Trump administration is going after illegals, and you don't know anything about the immigration process or the people that are being targeted by ICE. You have no idea. Prove it. Actually, I'll prove that you have no idea. You're going to tell me right now. You're going to tell me the people that they're going after, and the people that have been convicted of a crime, and the percent of people that have been convicted of a crime that have been targeted and deported by ICE. I'm going to need a number. That's how you're going to prove that you know anything about this whatsoever. You're implying that I'm a stooge for the wealthy because I support Trump. Yes. You dumb motherfucker. I'm also saying you're dumb. Yes. Duh? Yes. You stupid motherfucker. Holy shit. How old are you?
When this particular pendulum swings back, there has to be good agents, good AUSAs, good whatever left to do the work.
What? No, dude. ICE has not been around for that long. It is actually not necessary at all. You're 27? Oh, God. Who are your favorite YouTubers or content creators?
Considered quitting multiple times. However, I am extremely passionate about
where do you live?
Protecting our children.
And after all of this, do you ever regret joining?
Same answer I gave when I left my police department. I never regret being in law enforcement because I've been blessed to actually help save lives.
Holy shit.
I've handled child abuse cases. I've gotten very bad people off the street. And that's kind of the goal as a police officer, is really getting bad people off the streets that harm our community.
These guys are toddlers. Holy shit.
So I will...
yeah, I really like being an officer because we go after the bad guys and we make the bad guys go away. Yeah, would I ever regret going after bad guys? No, because heroes go after bad guys. Every single one of these guys are fucking toddlers, which also matches my experience with these guys. It literally is all of them. You like actual justice warrior? Oh no, you're cooked, dude. You're cooked. Oh man.
I regret joining it because like at the end of the day, I helped people be where they are today. And if it wasn't for me, they might not even be here still.
And you joined ICE because of the Shadow Wolves. So can you tell me a little bit about what that is?
Shadow Wolves for a long time was a component of HSI, but they weren't 1811s when they started out. They were ATL1s.
So for those who don't know, the Shadow Wolves are a Department of Homeland Security and I guess ICE who work on the U.S.-Mexico border, particularly the Tohono O'odham Reservation, which borders the U.S. and Mexico. And they use ancient pre-colonial tribal tracking techniques to stalk mostly narcos through the Sonora Desert and arrest them.
Mostly human traffickers. Shadow Wolves are an all-native special sector of ICE that combats human trafficking on reservations and borderlands.
So the Shadow Wolves primarily work the border where it connects to the reservations. So having Native Americans work the res, you have someone that is familiar with the community. They might not give you as much grift as they would an outsider because they kind of know you. And then you have the elements of understanding the locals' language and the land. You're always going to have a home field advantage working in your hometown versus somebody that's never been in your hometown because you know the little shortcuts. So that's kind of like the idea behind why you'll have a preference towards hiring Native Americans for that unit, is that if you're working on the reservation, you're able to do some amount of effective work when it comes to drug trafficking, human trafficking, weapons trafficking. In the reservations, like, there's a lot of issues. Like, it is a hot pot when you go down that road. Like, you have issues regarding law enforcement and the fact that they never always handle case well. You also have the factor of how the government set it up for the FBI and other federal agencies where legal powers of jurisdiction comes into play so heavily, like of whether or not FBI can investigate, or if the death isn't ruled a homicide, if it rules like natural causes from the elements, like if it goes to the U.S. Marshals. Because the U.S. Marshals just started their program where they help assist with murder or missing individuals because they can cross the federal and state lines off a reservation into another state. Also,
Nice Avenger to do a little promo video for ICE. Andrew falls for the same thing that that almost everybody falls into, is this idea that having a neutral conversation, like a non-partisan conversation, is something that is a moral thing to do. It's something that's a moral thing to do. This especially happens with liberals all the fucking time. And it's a disgusting myth. It's a disgusting myth. And really what a lot of this has been like a trying to humanize ICE agents for things that they don't do. No, I don't know of a single difficult question that was given. Also, FYI, I have read some of the Open Society and its enemies, which is why I'm very wary of essentialist political movements like fascism and Marxism. No, you're not. You just said you said earlier that you're glad that Trump is going after illegals. Is that essentialist or fascist? I'm not a stooge for anyone but myself. You just said you support Trump. What's a stooge? Liberalism built the modern world. If it weren't for the liberal belief in the primacy of the individual and his autonomy, there wouldn't be technology you use. What? 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 What do you even? What? Are you responding to something in particular? Liberalism. The transition from feudalism to capitalism led to the Industrial Revolution. Doc, you're cooked. Like, you're talking like a fucking, sometimes I get like Trump supporters in my chat and they're like 60 years old and like, you know, deteriorating, right? And that's how they talk, is that every sentence doesn't actually directly follow from the one prior. And they keep talking as if anyone has any idea what the fuck they're talking about, or like any of it is actually matters or has value whatsoever. And they just keep going and going and going and going. And I usually see that with like 60-year-olds and like really old people. But to see that with a 27-year-old is kind of embarrassing. Are you diagnosed with anything?
Reservation tribe leaders, where the tribe leaders are corrupt and they kind of don't want to admit where they kind of have their own people playing an issue. Because when it comes to child abuse, sex trafficking, much like the Tim Brown Foundation I talked about, a lot of the offenders are typically family members or people know within the community. As much as it's sad to say, a lot of times a child-based sex offender is someone that you know.
Did your heritage play a part in your decision to join ICE?
Yes, Yaqui tribe plays a role in the Shadow Wolves and the element of ICE because of the reservation's location to the border.
There's a huge cartel presence on reservations, particularly here in Arizona, but also up in Montana.
Yes, of course. That, you know, the cartel, that's where a lot of this trafficking comes from. But this has been reported before. You know, human trafficking and child exploitation amongst like native women is a huge issue.
Human trafficking of Native women is one of the most unreported cases in the country. You know why that is?
I think a lot of it has to do with like the community doesn't really trust law enforcement in the United States.
So when he started talking about it, he added a preface to it that accepted the fact that this is something that he wanted to, that he was interested in doing something about, and it's not something that they're doing something about. But they're still talking about it in a way that would make the listener think that resources are actually going into... Resources are moving away from this, by the way.
Government, which you can't really blame them because you have a lot of abuse, racism, and mistreatment throughout the years by the government towards them. But then you also have the elements of, much like the Tim Brown Foundation talked about, like certain types of offenders are people that you know in the community, and having that hard conversation of like looking at people that, where people don't want to have that hard conversation and be like, hey, certain times the people that are trafficking these women and children within this community are people that we know within the tribes themselves. So I think that also plays a role in why it's not as reported, because you'll have tribal members that are the criminals that don't want that information to get out, so they'll try to suppress it by kind of like playing the game of messing with the politics, of where they'll target the tribal leaders and go after them.
In your original interview with Carl, you mentioned that the government is a rite of passage for Native people, a way off the reservation, a path to leadership. Can you explain that a little bit more?
So,
yeah. You're setting him up, but I know that you're not going to swing.
Usually, like, every tribe is different, but like for a lot of tribes to kind of get to that chief role or a leadership role, you have to meet certain objectives that your tribe sets out in order.
So you mentioned that you're really insecure about your inability to have power at all, and so it seemed like you joined something that you felt like you could have power and respect, and then you got fired because you're brown and weren't given any due process. Do you regret joining the Nazis? He's like, no, because I want to be a superhero.
You get to those spots. So a lot of tribal members usually go into the military, not usually law enforcement, but law enforcement, you do have us there. And in the military, it gives you that life experience. You're able to complete a certain amount of the tasks that your tribe has set out for you. It is a way off the reservation, because a lot of times, like, you're so poor and there's not a lot of resources easily close to the reservation that you're usually stuck there if you don't take the opportunity from the government to get off.
And is there other ways to accomplish like that same amount of rite of passage?
When there's a will, there's a way.
Is there something else you could probably have done than join the Nazis?
It's just harder because the resources aren't entirely there, and based on where your reservation is, it can be even harder reaching outside of it to find jobs and work the areas you need to work on.
Again, like, a big theme of this trip is that we're learning what ICE really is and what ICE does, and that's like a perfect example. ICE has an all Native American, you know, anti-human trafficking group that's like using ancient...
You said is?
And that's like, that we're...
You need to work on.
Again, like, a big theme of this trip is that we're learning what ICE really is and what ICE does.
ICE? Wait, so this video started with them saying that people have been conflating HSI and ERO with ICE, which is yes, ICE is HSI and ERO, and that they've been conflating the two, and now they're conflating the two to say that ICE is something that is not. He's saying that ICE is what HSI was, even though it's not that anymore.
It's like a perfect example. ICE has an all Native American, you know, anti-human trafficking group that's like using ancient tracking techniques to like take down the bad guys. Like, that's pretty fucking cool.
I see this piece as being pretty much totally nonpartisan. Because
oh my god, fuck off, dude, fuck this guy. Jesus. No shit. Is it nonpartisan? Is it nonpartisan?
whether you're like a close the border, stop the immigration guy, or if you're like a no one's illegal on stolen land guy, it's beneficial to everybody to understand exactly what ICE is.
Not anymore. What ICE is not anymore. What the fuck, dude? Dude, Andrew is referenced earlier. The data, the ICE data, shows you who they're going after and what they're doing to them. What the fuck? What ICE is? ICE is a collection of racists with insecure power fantasies that are being let loose on brown communities. What the fuck? This is nuance? This isn't nuance? This is obfuscation. Barely any attention, barely any fucking attention has gone to the fucking families that they've been going after, or highlighting the fact that the entire function of it has nothing to do with going after criminals, and all of the resources that were put into the things that you're now, for some reason, giving some credibility to, when it comes to something as a non-ICE function by any meaning of the term. When you look at any of the actual data of the thing, the shit that they do, bro. You linked it earlier. I know you have access to the fucking data.
How the departments are divided and what they do. No matter what side you're on, if you're the most fuck ICE person ever, if you're the most pro law enforcement person ever, like, very important that we understand what we're talking about before we take such strong opinions.
Before we take such strong opinions on the fact that you have people that are being just filled with fucking resentful, power-hungry racists that are going after terrorizing people's community. Like, if it's not abolish ICE, fuck you. Like, what the what the fuck? This is way worse than I thought it would be. It is way worse than I thought it would be. He's fucking screaming for us to care about these guys in the worst way. Indigenous anti-pedo guys. That guy literally prefaced the whole conversation about this, the fact that he wanted to go after the drug traffickers and sex traffickers and shit. And when he was going into that, he prefaced it with the fact that, with an acknowledgement that they don't fucking do that. All those resources have been diverted. He got there, and then what they tried to have him do, it should go after fucking brown people. And then he got fired for being brown. And then he said that the whole reason why he was doing it is because he's insecure and has power fantasies. And I don't even think that they should be switching the function back, because now you're hiring a bunch of people in the HSI that are fucking insecure with power fantasies. What, you're going to divert those people back into fucking going after child sexual exploitation? Dude, the entire ICE needs to be abolished. If we abolish ICE, then who would prevent illegal immigrants from crossing the border? Oh my god, you stupid fuck. ICE does not prevent immigrants from coming over the border. You stupid fuck. Dude, I want you to think for 2 seconds. Who is in charge of the border? It's in the name. What the fuck, dude? Do you feel stupid sometimes? Either way, who would deport illegal immigrants who are in the mainland of the United States? Why do you need to deport illegal immigrants? Why? It's so fucking stupid. This is a terrible video. Because if we allow illegal immigrants to stay, they'll take native-born jobs. Okay, first off, jobs aren't born. Second off, you understand that people working in the country is good for the GDP of the country. Like, you want people to work in the country, right? You want people to take jobs in the country, right? Theoretically. Like somebody coming, if somebody comes across the border and works in our country, from the perspective of the economy, like that's really good, right? I don't really put primacy on the benefit of the economy. I don't think ICE should exist and that people should be deported no matter if it was good or bad for the economy. I don't give a fuck about that. I care about people, not numbers. But if you're gonna say that it's like you understand, if you did give a shit about the economy, if that was your line, then you would be against the deportations, right? GDP isn't the only metric of economic well-being. Do you understand that you're quoting something backwards? Science, including economics, works by taking into account multiple variables. What? GDP is not a function of a productive economy because science is a science like economics is a science. What the fuck are you talking about? Economy brain? Nah, this is just a pedophile brain. Nobody would say that wages are variable. I think they would. Debate board? Oh no, debate board is slightly more literate. Even if GDP were higher, that's not a good metric of economic well-being. I don't give a shit about the economy, dude. I'm saying from the perspective of the economy, value comes from labor. More workers equals higher production. Which is that's what the economy does. If you're in the perspective of a capitalist, what do you want? More workers. Higher production. Also, I want you to have you read anything about the immigrants' effects on the on wages? you realize that there's no data to suggest that that immigrants are depressing wages of U.S. citizens, right? That the wage depression that happens from immigrants only ever affects people that are in those same industries. Like, if you have someone coming across the border and then they're working on a farm, that's not going to lower your wages as a barista, right? You understand that, right? It doesn't make sense when you think about it. And that it's actually the people who would have depressed wages are going to be people that are also immigrants. But even at that point, the depression of the wages is basically negligible. And actually, even the idea of depressed wages is actually heavily in dispute because there's way more factors that goes on, as you know, because you said the word factors, I think, earlier. If there's a higher supply of labor and the same amount of wages being paid, what? Then that's a higher amount of people who the wages are being divided by. Simple math. If that's simple math, how come there's not a single piece of data that actually justifies that position? That's very stupid, right? You said that you're against tariffs. You don't know what tariffs are, but you said that you're against tariffs because economists are against tariffs, right? Did you realize that economists would all say that you're a fucking moron right now? Does that sway your opinion? There's something along the lines of 5% lesser wages for the immigrants that came directly before them, and honestly, that's not worth complaining about. It was something like that, and that's a reference to one of the papers that I've read. I've read other ones that disputed even being a factor, but how do you say your name? Zactron? Is it Zactron? If somebody comes to the country and just a really, really quick question, I'm just curious. Someone comes to the country and they work, they pay taxes, they have a family, and they're trying to get legal citizenship through the asylum process because they left a country that is unsafe for their family. So they walk a huge distance, they come to the United States, they work really, really hard, they like... Do you want to deport that guy? That family? And there's a follow-up question to this. If they broke the law, even if they're good, the economy, then yes, but I also deny that most of them are net positive for the economy. Okay, you can put aside the fact that you don't know anything about economy. We're putting economy to the side. You're saying if they broke the law, then they should be deported. What about people that were born in the United States who broke the law? Should they be deported? Morally, we have a right to preserve our culture. Who's we? We have a right to preserve our culture. Who is we? Who's we? If I check your hard drive and I see that you've been watching child porn, should you be deported? It's so crazy to me that you can have these dumb motherfuckers like this say some shit like that, not think that they're fucking Nazi. And that in reference to the United States of America, like a country of immigrants, preserving our culture would mean disempowering you, right? You understand that, right? That this is a country of immigrants, right? So the culture is preserving the United States being a place where immigrants can go to for better life, right? That would be the culture, and that people like you should be disempowered. So morally, you should be disempowered. I'm not sure what a moral right is. There's no such thing as moral rights. Don't worry about it. He's a perfect example of people who yearn for their own subjugation. Well, he's a perfect example of someone who's driven by resentment at his own insecurities and basically just becomes a puppet for fascism. The problem is that you don't get people who believe and say stuff like this if they are valuable people at all. You know, like it always comes from some insecurity. There's something that there's probably many things that Zactron is very, very insecure about. One of those things is probably their intelligence, that they don't feel like they're very intelligent. So the thing that they do is that they watch people like AJW, who they feel like they can absorb their confidence, their charisma, and their perceived intelligence. But AJW is not very intelligent, and he's basically just parroting a bunch of shit that he heard from other people in hopes that he can be viewed or at least feel like he is someone of intellectual value. But also he's too stupid to be embarrassed enough to stop talking publicly. I'm not driven by resentment? Yeah, you are. Don't lie to me. You just defended the idea of going after innocent families, of terrorizing innocent families, and you're saying that you're not driven by resentment. Yeah, you're a fascist. You're just too stupid to know it. I wonder what AJW is up to now. Let's see. Do we want to see if Zactron has a Discord? I can see if my Discord actually works. I think it'd be fun to have him on Discord. We can bring him on Discord maybe if he's if he has one. I can't promise that it will work though, because I haven't wired it. But it might. I have a Discord account, but I'm not going on voice publicly. Why not? Do you get nervous? Weak will? Yeah. I don't want my voice to be known to the general public. Motherfucker, do you think that people can actually ID you from your voice? Motherfucker, we can ID you from your YouTube account. Easier than your voice. You're on a YouTube account. We'll have an easier time knowing who you are through your YouTube than your fucking voice. I think that's an admission of shame. He doesn't want to be truly linked to his politics. True. Yeah. True. Yeah, you know that your politics are shameful, right? That's the only way that you could say that. You don't want your voice to be known to the general public. You don't want your voice to be known in attachment to your politics to the general public, right? If a future employer sees this stream, they'll associate my voice with my politics, and you think that that's probably not going to be good for you, right? What do you think the employer would have a problem with? Xandu, thank you for the $10 super chat. Thank you. You could ID me from this message if you tried. It's easier. I shouldn't say this. It's really funny though. It's easier through direct donations than it is on YouTube. But I shouldn't say that. I should never say that. It's not going to be good for me since many businesses don't like conservative value. Dude. Value. I missed it. Don't be a pussy. Come on. You're not a conservative, you're far right. Yeah, well, I mean, yeah. Well, I don't think there's a single conservative who you could actually describe as a conservative. I would love an example, actually. Dude, nobody gives a shit about your voice, dude. Your employer's not going to see your voice. The VOD isn't even public, dog. You're fine. The VOD's not even public. It's gonna be fucking gone. Don't even worry about it. You have my promise. If you get in voice, I will make sure that the VOD is deleted. To be fair, he could have a cool deep voice like mine. No, if he had a cool deep voice, then he'd probably be jumping on VC. I appreciate the offer, but please respect my boundary. No, get on, pussy. If you don't get in VC, you're gonna get banned for the chat. And you're not going to be able to watch or talk anymore. Okay, I could always create an alt account. Touche. That's true. YouTube hasn't really patched that one. Why execute new friend? Because he told me not to. He told me to respect his boundaries, and I could not do that. I could VC, but I'm very stupid and frustrating. I don't like VCing with nice people because I set my voice sounds too aggressive sometimes, and I get insecure that I'm making them feel sad. And then sometimes there's like mean people in chat, and then I get sad because some people are mean. Nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition. That's true. Yeah, it was really fucked up. Yo, what's up, Taco? What's up, Taco? How are you? Were you on the block today? I was told a little bit ago that there was an ambulance on the block, that someone got hurt by DHS. Were you down there? Respect my boundaries, says the man guarding the death camps. I know, yeah. It's really, really embarrassing to have a fascist say that they have the right to defend their culture by rounding up brown people, and then he says, I'm autistic, please respect my boundaries. Oh, shit. I got there when the ambulance showed up just before. Do you know what happened? Did anybody say? We didn't know if the kid was okay when I left. When you say kid, do you just mean like a young adult, or do you mean like a... I'll find out. I'll find out. I don't want you to end up putting more information than you should. Need to go. I wanted to disrespect some boundaries pretty hard. Reason for the ambulance was they beat the shit out of a 15-year-old. Holy shit, really? What the fuck? Was it a, he rattled the gate. A 15-year-old rattled the gate? Holy shit. And then they beat the shit out. Wow. I'm guessing this is recorded, right? It is. Okay. There'll probably be a clip. You said you left, right? I hope someone plugs him in with the People's Law Project. Is this it? Nathan got it at a distance. Someone closer got blood split. No way. How many hours ago? Oh, they probably got picked up by the ambulance. Do we know if they got if they left with the ambulance? They hit him hard enough that there was blood before he went down. What the fuck? Do we know if he got taken by the ambulance and or if someone is waiting to walk him through the legal stuff? Fuck. A sister went home to get ID. Okay, okay, okay. His sister. Okay. All right. Holy shit. Things will get increasingly worse to a certain peak in the late 1930s, or sorry, the 2030s. Global minority, we have to get our shit together for the 3% Celsius Earth. The extra tipping points. Ecologically speaking, we're probably fucked. We're probably like past the point. We're probably past the tipping point, really. If you factor in things like, you know, abrupt systems of change in the climate, then we're probably fucked. But we can make the sinking ship better. Damn. I'm just seeing if there's video of this shit. I'm not saying anything. Not yet. All right. What time is it? Do we have time for, I don't know. Oh, I guess I could look at pretend media. Is it his birthday today? Is it Nathan's birthday today? It probably would have been. Oh, this is probably it, huh? They're at the gate. This is probably it. Can I hide this chat?
Down there? Oh, yeah.
That's the person?
They're grabbing him. They're grabbing him.
Wait, he didn't even shake the gate. Was he doing it earlier? Not that it really matters, but
No offense.
it's, oh fuck, I can't see. He came out of the side door, right? If you don't, see this piece of wood right here? This piece of wood is actually a door, so they can come out of there.
See a whole bunch of cops down there? Oh, yeah. They're grabbing him. They're grabbing him.
Fuck you, take me serious! Fuck you! Fuck you!
They got him. Oh, shit. There's more guys at the gate. Oh.
I couldn't get a good look to see if there was blood on the face. Was that the person? Oh, is that the, did I see the ambulance? Yeah.
Come on. I think they are going to a different event. Yes. I was just, are they going to ICE? Holy shit.
It's a little weird that they went through the front. So when an ambulance usually comes, there's another I think they usually go like around the back.
Well, that was unexpected.
Yeah. That's why they were, oh no. They just arrested a guy really roughly like half an hour ago. Oh, fuck, man.
Damn. I hope somebody, fuck, I hope they get, the legal support number. They're 15? The fuck? Okay. Listen, if you wanna support the stream, if you want me to come back more often, or even if there's something else that you wanted me to watch, if you want to support, the best way to do it is going to be on Patreon. Then comes Ko-Fi, or sorry, the Streamlabs link is probably the best way to do it. Then is Patreon or Ko-Fi. Those are going to be the best ways to support the channel. The more support that goes to the channel, the more I'm able to stream, the more often I can stream, and the more that you will see my face. Shout out to the people who have supported me today. Shout out to the people who got subs, memberships, gifted them, or donated directly. I super appreciate you. Other than that, I don't know if there was anything else that we wanted to do. You might have been trusted. Yeah, well, the thing is but even that's like a violation. That's not like a that's not something that you get the shit beat out of for. Walking into a federal driveway is not something that that's not like a crime. Fuck, I feel like I'm forgetting something. I always feel like I'm forgetting something at the end of the stream. Probably not. At least I got to watch that Contra interview too long. Yeah, well, the Contra interview is like, it's way too long. Oh yeah, I was gonna see what AJW is doing. But there's no way. There's no way I'm watching a whole AJW video without incentive. Because it is like brain damage. Mamdani begs billionaire that he doxed to stay. What the? How do you dox a billionaire? You can't dox a billionaire. What the fuck? Disgusting. Disgusting clickbait. Okay, do we still do raids? No. No, we do not. Maybe on YouTube. Any lefty loser nerd dweebs or whatever that we should raid into? Raid Sunday? Yeah. That might be the thing. That might be the thing.
Yeah.
All right, stick around for the raid on YouTube. On Twitch, I'm not going to raid anybody, so you're free to leave. Or you can stick around if you want to play with the bot, I guess. Oh fuck! Am I not? Uh-oh. Don't let anyone know that I wasn't subscribed to his live streaming channel. There's also Pisco. I can't raid Pisco. He was too disrespectful last time I talked to him. Or I could raid him as a fucking power move to force him to say nice things, even though he talked shit last time. Actually, no, I'm already raiding Sunday. I don't think he's even live. Oh, okay. Someone just lied then. Oh my gosh, I have to reload this fucking screen first. He streams in the morning at the moment? Oh. Bye, Taco. Have a good one. There it is. Cool. I've set up the raid. So, I will see you guys on the other side. If the stars align, then I'll be streaming tomorrow. Not sure what time yet. So, I will see you guys later, okay?